boy shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the swords on.
Might have seen this today.
Spacey got the swords on.
To support this live stream, if you're watching the replay, you could always send a super thanks. That's right, a super thanks. That's the heart shape with the $sign in it right below the video. Thank you in advance. I appreciate you.
Spacey got the swords on.
Sauce boy shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the swords on.
Shout out to everybody that's been sending their prayers. Shout out to everybody that's been reaching out to me. I really appreciate y'all. Thank you. We're gonna be covering Hurricane Milton and the seriousness and how unprecedented the impact will be. I had to go live tonight. We probably won't be live for some time after this. So I appreciate everybody that's joining the live stream now. Kick it with your boy. Thank you to everybody that hit the like button so far. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Spacey got the swords on.
Thank you to all the support, everybody that's been sending support. Shout out to the Cash Apps. I appreciate y'all. Thank you to all the PayPals.
Shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the swords on.
Times in our life,
You got time to sing on it. You sing.
we all have pain.
So man, you gonna sing.
We all have sorrow. Then I look at Wayne and I know that he will be ugly tomorrow. Lean on me when you're my cousin and I'll be your friend. I help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need my cousin to play.
No Cap-tivity. Freezy.
Yo, what up? You are officially locked into No Captivity with Freezy, where we tackle issues that sometimes have us trapped in this thing that we call life. But if you know me, you know my motto. To free yourself, you must heal yourself. And if you rock with your dog, please hit that like and subscribe button hard right now. And also comment and share this video. That is if you rock with your boy Freezy.
No Cap-tivity.
So, hey, listen. I'm going live. Don't expect for me to be all hype and everything. Listen, I've been all over the place today. We've been running around trying to make sure we get everything together. It's been pandemonium here, especially in this area in Florida where I am. We're right in the middle of the storm. We're right in the middle of it. The eye of the storm will be passing right over us. The path of the storm, we're directly dead center in the path of the storm. So yeah, y'all just have to, bear with me. But I just want to say that I really appreciate the prayers. Yeah, I really appreciate all of y'all. Thank y'all for keeping us in y'all consideration. And I want to say this: I'm not the only person that lives in this area, right? There are other people, especially that's a part of the No Cap crew, and on YouTube, other people that's in this space on YouTube that live possibly in this area as well. It's not just about Freezy, right? Shout out to, I know Brina lives close in the close vicinity. Prayers go out to Brina and her family, right? And other people. Shout out to I think DJ GameWise DJ. Shout out to GameWise DJ. I'm trying to think of people that I know live close to where this storm is going to hit. Where this hurricane, I want to stop calling it a storm. It's not just a storm; it's a hurricane. It's a really, really, really big hurricane. It's one of the biggest hurricanes that's ever going to hit Florida, right? And my luck is going to hit us. It's going to come right through me, right? It couldn't have chose any other path. So more than likely, it's going to be catastrophic. We're going to be without power for a long time. We're just waiting on it. And that's weird, ain't it? It's just like you're waiting on an aggressor to come to your house. You already know this coming to your house. You're just waiting on the aggressor to just come, try to do his best or her best to harm you. You already know it's coming. There's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing you can do about it. Let's go ahead and, thank you to the 19 people that hit the like button. I appreciate y'all. Thank you to the 19 people. God bless y'all. Thank you. And also to support this live stream, especially in this specific time, right? At this specific time, you can either send a super cap, aka super chat, or you can send a cash cap, aka cash app, to $ no cap freezy. That's $ no cap freezy. Thank you. Prayers out. Oh, also Jet Cora. Shout out to Jet Cora. She lives right here in the vicinity. Shout out to Jet, Brina, all the people that I'm trying to think of that live close, kind of close to me. Yeah, because it's not just me. It's not just me, right? We're gonna do the roll call. Let's see who all in the building. Let's see. Shout out to Dr. Frizzle Frost, a warrior spirit. Make sure y'all subscribe to Dr. Frizzle Frost, a warrior spirits channel. Frizzle said, salute to the No Cap crew and Freezy. Prayers up for everyone in the path of the storm. Thank you, Frizzle. I appreciate that. We really need all the prayers we can get. Thank you, Frizzle. Thank you, bro.
No Cap-tivity.
Shalom. Shout out to Slick. He's reminding everybody to like, share, and subscribe. Yeah, and we always tell people to like the live stream, but I want to remind you guys it's very useful and important to share the live stream too. You know, let's grow this platform. We're going to bounce back better than ever after this hurricane hits. It's inevitable. But thank you, Slick, for reminding people to share this live stream and share the platform. Shalom.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to my brother Emperor Kojak 313 the Great. Make sure y'all subscribe to his gaming channel as always. He said prayers for you, Freezy, and yours. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that. And he also said, I hate to say this, but I saw a report about a third hurricane that will develop. It's supposed to hit Florida around the 17th. Shaking my damn head. Yeah. I seen that too. Usually in Florida, hurricane season, we have a real hurricane season. Like a lot of people say hurricane season. No, I think nobody has a real hurricane season like Florida does. When one hurricane comes, everybody's praying that hurricane misses them. And if it does, guess what? We got to hunker down for another one. It's always another one right after that one. It's coming. We're always on guard, right? So this hurricane, just imagine if the damage that this hurricane is going to do. This hurricane is going to do a catastrophic amount of damage. This hurricane is going to do so much damage, y'all. And if a third hurricane develops and it's at even 3/4 of the strength that Hurricane Milton is, it's going to be devastating. It's going to be devastating, y'all. And I'm just trying to give y'all a picture of how serious this is, where we are. And we're right in the middle of it. We're right in the middle of this hurricane. But thank you for the update, Emperor. I appreciate you, bro. Shalom.
No Cap-tivity.
Oh, thank you. And here's my sister, Shiesty Bomb. She said, praying for you, Freezer. And she was constantly praying for us last night, too. She was reminding us in the chat. Thank you, Shiesty Bomb. Shiesty Bomb is a sweetheart. She really is, man. Shout out to Shiesty Bomb. That's my dog, man. Thank you, Shiesty Bomb. I appreciate you. Shalom.
No Cap-tivity.
And there goes Miss Jennifer. Miss Jennifer, how are you feeling? Miss Jennifer said, hey, Freezy and the No Cap crew. She's waving to all of us. What's going on, Jennifer? Thank you for being here, Miss Jennifer. Shalom.
No Cap-tivity.
Always good to see you. Hombre Lobo, thank you for being here. Shalom.
No Cap-tivity.
What's going on, Cassandra? Cassandra says, hey, Freezy, how are you? I'm doing the best I can. Y'all give me 1 second. Hold on. Let me fix this light.
JV for
Okay, y'all. My bad. I had to fix the light. Shout out to Cassandra B. She said, "Hey, Freezy, how are you?" Yes, I'm doing the best I can, considering the circumstances. It's a lot of anticipation. The hurricane is supposed to be touching land tonight. The hurricane is supposed to be touching land tonight. So, well, I won't say tonight. Possibly, very, not tonight, because I can, 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning. That's tonight to me, but y'all know what I mean. Let me cut my phone down. I'm sorry, y'all. Shit is getting on my damn nerves. It's getting on my damn nerves. Let me plug it up. Okay. But thank you. Thank you for asking, Cassandra. I appreciate
No
you.
captivity.
Shout out to Cassandra. Hello, Bridget. Bridget, how are you? Thank you for being here, Bridget. Bridget says, "Hey, Freezy and chat." Could somebody welcome Bridget? Somebody welcome Bridget in the chat. Thank you for being here, Bridget. And we hope that it's not your last time. It's great to see you, Bridget. Thank you. Hope you enjoy the show. Shalom.
No captivity.
There's Brina. Shout out to Brina. Brina, you heard me sending out prayers for you and your family. Shout out to Brina. Brina is right down here in the heart of it too. I ain't gonna tell y'all where exactly she at, But yeah, she's right down here in the heart of it too. So sending prayers out to Brina and her family. Right? Shalom to Brina.
No captivity.
As I said, Jet 2. She's right in the heart of it. Sending prayers to Jet and her entire family. We know we love all y'all. She said, "Freeze Ed, what up, bro?" Just chilling. Shalom,
no
sis.
Captivity.
Thank you, Bridget. She said, "Prayers for y'all, Freezy." Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so y'all in South Florida. Okay, she said, hopefully we won't be too affected by it in South Florida. I hope y'all not too affected by it either. I hope, you guys maintain. I really don't want you guys to get none, but a tropical storm, we can live with a tropical storm. You know what I'm saying? So I think depending on how far south you are, like Fort Lauderdale, Miami area, Key West and all that kind of stuff, yeah, it should be more so tropical storm. But still, prayers to y'all too. Prayers to your family, because you can't, tropical storms aren't nothing to play with either. Nope. Shout out to Scott 2B in the building. He said, "I'm right here in Tampa. No cap. Wow. Peace to us all. Milton is on the way." Scott, prayers, bro. Prayers. And I'm going to tell y'all something. Scott is in Tampa. That's right there where the storm is going to shore. Scott, prayers to you, man. It's nothing to play with. Shout out to Scott. He's right there in Tampa, Florida. Scott, prayers to you and your family, bro. Your entire family. And I hope you guys are, prepared, fully prepared as much as you can be. I know traffic is really bad. Traffic is horrible. We're going to look at some footage, y'all. I got some footage. I'm going to show y'all exactly how bad it is in Florida. Y'all know I got videos. Y'all know I got videos, man. But shalom to Scott, man. God bless you and your family.
No captivity.
Let me see who else is in the building. Oh, there she goes. Shout out to Here for the Tea. Make sure y'all subscribe to my sister's channel, Here for the Tea. What's going on, T? She said, "Praying for Florida." What's up, Freezy? Thank you, sis. I appreciate you. Thank you, sis. Thank you so much. Shout out to Here for the Tea, man.
No
Always good to see my
captivity.
sister, man. Prime, what's up, bro? Prime said, "Freezy, what's good, my nigga?" Just chilling, man. Well, no, I'm not just chilling. I'm trying my best to stay calm, right? It's a lot of anxiety here in Central Florida, West Central Florida, the heart of Central Florida, and even more East Central Florida. You know, it's a lot of pandemonium. It's a lot of anxiety going on. People are very frantic. Shout out to Prime, man. Shalom.
No Cap-tivity.
Miss Bella, how you doing, Miss Bella? Thank you for the prayers. Thank you, Miss Bella. I appreciate you. Miss Bella, are you in Florida too? You in Florida too, Miss Bella? Shalom to you, Miss Bella.
No
Thank you.
Cap-tivity.
Great to see you as always. What's going on, Venus? Venus, how you doing? Thank you, Venus, for being here. She said, hey, Freezy. Thank you, Venus. Make sure y'all subscribe to my sister's channel, Venus. Very solid individual in general. Shalom to Venus.
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you, Venus. I appreciate you. Shout out to my sister. It's another one, y'all. She's right in the heart of it. It's my sister in real life, Mia. Make sure y'all send out prayers to Mia too and her family. She already know my prayers is with them. She said, hey, No Cap crew. Shout out to Mia. Thank you, Mia. We love you, Mia. Shalom. Shalom
No
to Mia.
Cap-tivity.
Always great to see you, my sister. Shout out to Ashton Weems. What's up, Ashton? He said, what's good, everybody? Ashton. It's another content creator. You know, y'all know I got to support my folks, man. Subscribe to Ashton Weems' channel. And it's great to see you, Ashton. Great to see you, man.
Cap-tivity.
Let's see. Elegant Elephant says, prayers to you and your family, Freezy. Thank you, Elegant Elephant. I appreciate you. Thank you. That means a lot, Elegant Elephant. It really does mean a lot. Thank you, bro. Thank you so much.
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you for being here. Shalom. And I want to remind you guys to make sure you hit that like button. Listen, this is going to be a chill night. I'm going to hang out, though. I'm going to hang out as much as I can. You know, we still got power right now. So guess what? We can go live. The show must go on. Let me get my ice water. We got power, so we're going to go live, right? Now, I don't know about tomorrow, but as of now, we're live, right? Thank you to everybody that hit the like button so far. The 28 people that hit the like button. Let's try to make it to 30 within the next couple of minutes. But yeah, let me show y'all a little footage of what's really going on down here in Florida. I'm gonna show y'all what's going on down here in Florida. Okay. So y'all check this out. Check this out. This is traffic on the St. Petersburg Bridge from evacuating, seen from a flight landing. Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all something about this evacuation BS. Just a day or so ago, I was reading reports that there was no evacuation notice. These evacuation notices just came about, y'all. Like, people are getting their things together and trying to flee Florida, trying to flee the state at the last minute. If not flee the state, they're trying to go somewhere that would be considered a safer zone in Florida, right? Like North Florida, South Florida. But these evacuation, let me see. Let me bring it up. These evacuation notices, it just came about. They just came about, y'all. They just hit us with it. Shout out to RJ. What's going on, RJ? What's going on, RJ? He said, what's going on, RJ? Great to see you, nephew.
Cap-tivity.
Shout out to all my nephews, RJ, DJ, and Jacory. Shout out to Jonathan for more. Thank you. I say Jerome in the house. What's going on, Jerome? He said, I ain't trying to be a conspiracy theorist, but it's strange how these hurricanes keep following the same path when lightning doesn't even strike in the same places. Jerome, we're gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk about it, dog. Because it is strange. It is strange, bro. I don't think you're too far off, right? Shout out to Jerome, man.
No captivity.
But this is traffic on the St. Pete Bridge from evacuating, seen from a flight landing, right? Let's just check out a little bit of it. Do y'all see how many people are trying to evacuate Florida? This is just St. Pete Bridge. Y'all see how many people are trying to get out of here? This was earlier today. It's pandemonium, y'all. Let me show y'all. Let's get that angle again. Look at this angle. Look at this angle, y'all. Look at that. People are fleeing for their lives in Florida, especially over there in West Central Florida, St. Pete, Tampa. God bless Scott. Obviously Scott made a decision to stay and hold down the fort at his home, wherever he stays in Tampa, Florida. God bless Scott. People are fleeing from down there, right? And this is just St. Pete Bridge. It's bumper to bumper traffic. People are leaving their homes behind. They don't know how their homes are going to look once this hurricane is over with. They're just trying to save their lives. Obviously, a large percentage of these people that's fleeing from down there, their homes aren't going to look the same when they get back. Nobody's home is going to look the same. A lot of people are going to lose their homes completely. And I'm gonna just be honest with y'all. This hurricane might be one of the most catastrophic, one of the most catastrophic effects on Florida. Because look what Hurricane Helene did. Now, Hurricane Helene missed us, but the damage, did y'all know how many deaths Hurricane Helene caused? Right? And we talked about this the other day. Shout out to Ashton. He brought out that, there was an announcement that FEMA ain't even got no more money, but I think they mustered up enough to give $750 to the victims of a hurricane, which in Florida, I don't even know if they're going to have enough money to give people down here in Florida. $750 is nothing. $750 is nothing, y'all. People are going to lose their homes. There are people that can't even afford home insurance down here in Florida. Rent is super high. Mortgage is super high. There are people that can't even afford home insurance. So whatever happens, they're just praying that God performs a miracle and spares their home. And please just spare my home. That's everybody's prayer right now. Please just spare my home. Please just spare my home. All right, look at all these people, man. Look at all of these people. This is crazy. Look at this. It's crazy, y'all. It's crazy. Scott says, West Chase area of Tampa, 5 miles north of Upper Tampa Bay. Okay. Do storm work. Always chasing to being chased. Lots of experience. Oh, so you do storm work. You chase storms, Scott? Really? Wow. I hope I'm reading this right. Scott saying he's a storm chaser. Wow. If that's the truth, man, it's an honor to meet you, Scott. Thank you. Thank you, man. I think I read that right. Did I read that right, y'all? He said, do storm work. I do. I think he's trying to say I do storm work. Always chasing. Always chase. So he chases hurricanes. Wow. Shout out to Scott.
No Cap-tivity.
Scott, man, you be careful out there, bro. What's going on, Veronica?
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Veronica. What a delight. She says that's a rumor started by Trump. The $750 is the first emergency payment just for immediate needs. Okay, the rumor, that's a rumor started by Trump that FEMA doesn't have any more aid. Okay, that's what you're saying. $750 is just not a lot. Last hurricane in Florida, they was giving out I think it was $750. I think they had two, Jet, correct me if I'm wrong, Jet. I think they had two rounds of it though. So I think it equaled up to about $1,500 or something. $1,400 or $1,500. Thank you for being here, Veronica.
No Cap-tivity.
Veronica said the previous payment during Trump's administration was $500. Oh, so it was less with Trump. That's what you're saying. Okay. Scott said he started chasing with Katrina. He's been chasing. Scott said he's been chasing hurricanes since Katrina. Shout out to Scott, man. Shout out to Scott. Let me show y'all some other stuff. Let me see but it's the help is so limited, right? The help is so limited. When I seen this video, it definitely reminded me of how limited the help really is. This video that I'm about to show you guys. This guy right here, right? He went and got some sandbags. Bro, we're in a shortage of sand. We got a shortage of sandbags. Watch this video. Watch this.
I got 10 free sandbags from the county. Thank you so much. Got them installed. Here they go. You can see the water will come around the front, and then from here,
when I tell y'all it's frantic, it's frantic. And shout out to yesterday's sponsors too. Shout out to all the sponsors yesterday. I'd like to give shout out to all the sponsors. Let me bring up all the sponsors. Sponsors of yesterday's show. Emperor, shout out to Emperor. Shout out to Ron Mack. He was a sponsor yesterday. MJ, thank you. And Cassandra, thank you to the sponsors of yesterday's show. Shout out to everybody that contributes, right? I appreciate y'all. Let's see. So let me show y'all, just in case some of y'all don't understand this storm, let me give y'all a background of this storm, right? I mean, this hurricane. I gotta stop saying storm. Yesterday, the hurricane had reached a strength of Category 5. Category 5 might be the highest level of a hurricane, right? Recorded. Category 5. I don't think there's a Category 6. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think there's a Category 6. Shout out to Tamika. Thank you, Tamika, for being here. Thank you for chilling with us during this national emergency. Thank you. It's a national emergency. But yeah, yesterday it was a Category 5. When I woke up today, I was so happy, y'all, that it weakened to a Category 4. When I woke up, I was like, wow, so it weakened to a Category 4. I was so happy. I was like, maybe it'll go down to a Category 3. And the storm experts were saying there's a chance that it might go to a Category 3 before it actually surfaces in West Central Florida. I was so happy, right? A Category 3 is still devastating, but it's not like a Category 4 or 5, right? Category 3 will still do a lot of damage. And just in case some of y'all who have never been through a hurricane, let me show y'all, let me give y'all an example of what even a Category 2 will do. A Category 2 is serious, right? So I don't want to dumb this down, but let me show y'all. I want to let's see.
You might have seen this.
Okay, here we go. Look at this right here. Let me put it on. Let's see. Okay, here we go. This is better. This is a better look right here. This guy is going to explain to you guys the different categories of hurricanes, just in case you guys are unfamiliar of the effects that hurricanes could cause, right? This guy does an excellent job right here. Let me show this right.
Kind of predictable. So let me show you. Let's start off with a Category 1 storm. And the damage here, not too bad. A couple of shingles fall off. You can have some palm fronds bending in the wind, but everything basically remains intact. Category 2, that's where you really start to feel it. Look at the windows of the house. They can be hit from debris from the outside and already start breaking in a Category 2. Your trees are significantly bent over in the wind, and the siding of the house itself.
This is just a Category 2, y'all. This is just the effects of a Category 2. The Category 1, let me see what the Category 1 did. Hold on.
Predictable. So let me show you. Let's start off with a Category 1 storm. And the damage here, not too bad. A couple of shingles fall off. You can have some palm fronds bending in the wind.
A couple of shingles fall off. A couple of pom-poms dangling in the wind. You might need a little roof work done, right?
But everything basically remains intact. Category 2, that's where you really start to feel it. Look at the windows of the house. They can be hit from debris from the outside and already start breaking in a Category 2. Your trees are significantly bent over in the wind, and the siding of the house itself can break flapping there.
Now, just this much damage, especially if you don't have home insurance, it could be very monumental, especially if you don't have, if money is a scarcity in these times of inflation, it could be very detrimental. All right. It's nothing to play with. It's a category 2.
In the wind, adding to those eerie noises inside. Category 3. I've heard only a category 3, but it's not only anything except really bad news. In a category 3, you can have the door of the house blown in because the winds get so strong. You can have the roof of the house start to flap up and down in the wind because it can lift off those weak points, and a lot of those trees start to fall. Category 4, the damage is even worse. You get most trees falling, most of your windows breaking, most of your...
So this is what the category 4, this is what it went to this morning, category 4. While it's still out in the ocean, category 4. Now, I see what Scott said, and thank you, Scott. If you don't mind, I'm going to kind of use... some of your chats. Scott said Milton is 4th strongest storm in recorded history. This hurricane is the 4th strongest storm in recorded history, y'all. Come on.
No captivity.
Just to give you guys some type of understanding on what's about to take place. And shout out to Scott, man. Scott, if you want to, I could give you the link, Scott. If you want to give some more information, just let me know in the chat. I could give you the link, Scott. If you want to inform more people about this hurricane, I can put the link in the chat if you want to come up, bro. Scott also said this storm may just prompt a category 6 to be adopted. I think that's what Emperor was talking about earlier. Another hurricane was said to be forming right after Hurricane Milton does whatever damage it's going to do.
Shingles fly away, and then Cat 5 is as high as the category scale goes. By Cat 5, no shingles remain anywhere nearby. The holes in the roof get so big that the walls of the house start to...
Category 5. This is where it's at now. This is where the hurricane is at now, okay?
Most of your windows breaking, most of your shingles fly away.
Let me put the link in the chat for Scott. It's just for Scott, y'all. Scott link. There you go, Scott. Just click on that link.
And then Cat 5 is as high as the category.
This is Cat 5 right here. This is where the hurricane is at now.
Goes. By Cat 5, no shingles remain anywhere nearby.
Do you see what's going on with this house? Now, people are leaving their homes. Imagine when they come back, what they're going to come back to.
The holes in the roof get so big that the walls of the house start to fall because they're not attached to anything anymore. There won't be any trees up in the neighborhood. That's just catastrophic damage. But again, that's just from the wind. And there are other impacts from hurricanes, and they...
Imagine what people are going to come back to, right? This one, it got a little scary. I ain't gonna lie, y'all. You watching news reports and stuff right? When the news anchors get emotional, this is when stuff get a little weird. Shout out to AJ. What's going on, AJ? AJ say salute, Freezy. Thankfully, I'm not in the storm's direct track. It's south of me. Okay, so you're in Florida, AJ? So you're in North Florida?
No Cap-tivity.
Alabama area somewhere. Shout out to AJ, man. And God bless you and your family, bro. And it's good, always good to see AJ, man. That's my long friend here on YouTube, man. Oh, here's Scott. Scott, do you mind being on camera? Or are you?
No, I'm good. That's fine.
Okay. Oh, let me bring you up, Scott. Let me see. Let me bring Scott up. And shout out to Scott for joining us. Shout out.
Trying to walk out back here to catch a little bit of peace from other people. Got a few other people in the house here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, my brother-in-law's fixing to head north. He's the one that actually owns the company that I'm with here. It's a restoration company like Katrina and stuff like this. The first stuff that I got involved with him years ago. And then I got out of it a couple years ago. If you remember, I was on Anton's with you for a minute taking care of my mom. And you talked to me there. Yeah. And that's all sideways. What a story! But because of that, my mom passed away, and I came back into town here and been kind of helping out my brother-in-law and my nephews with the business, trying to help them get some of the stuff going. Because I helped them get into this in the first place back with Katrina. I was in real estate, and he had done local work here, but decided he wanted to help people on a larger scale. And I thought with sales and marketing and stuff, and it just began. This is all insurance work, but the first thing is just category work. Everybody is just out of their minds with what's going on and don't know what to do. So it's catastrophe when you say catastrophe work. I don't know. So where are you at in this area? You were saying you're in the Bay Area?
I'm more so like the heart of Florida, like Polk County area.
Okay. Yeah, I'm familiar with Polk County, Bartow, over that area. I actually have a history all through the area. But yeah, you guys might get some wind too, because you will. You're in an area where pretty good chance of tornadoes, because I think you're going to end up on the dirty side of the storm.
Yes. If I'm not mistaken, I think the eye is going to just travel right over us. So we're going to get winds 2 times, I think, yeah.
Are you familiar with the clean side and the dirty side of the storm?
No. Could you educate us, please?
Usually the left side of the storm is going to be the clean side of the storm. And that's, typically what's going to pull the water, if you will, out of the bay, and if it's past you, it's going to be pushing it all back in. You follow me? So the right side of the storm, meaning like we would want this to hit below Tampa Bay. And that's not, saying that we want to hurt Coral Gables or Sarasota or Bradenton or anything. But if it hits below Tampa, then we're on the clean side of the storm. All right. If it hits above Tampa or right at Tampa, then that's going to push the winds and the water. If it hits direct, it's winds and water. So there's no telling. But that right side is typically where you'll see a lot of tornadoes and high winds and a lot of destruction, roofs and trees and stuff, just because of the nature of the right side. Everything's getting whipped back into the storm.
So okay, explain that one time. Explain it again. You're saying that the left side is the clean, the right side is the clean side?
The right side is the dirty side. So normally storms are coming up at us. So you would say the northeast quadrant, okay? The top right of the storm. But this one's coming across at us like a baseball from left to right. So you have to say that the dirty side's going to be the bottom side. It's not the top right. Again, it's going to be the bottom side because this is coming at us from side to side rather than up. But it's still typically that right side, this is just going to be the bottom rather than the northwest quadrant. This is going to be the northeast quadrant. It's going to be the southeast quadrant is what's going to be the dirty side. So,
Dang,
and
I'm glad you're telling us, informing us this, man. And there are people that's in the chat or people that's watching that's living here in Florida too, and they need this information as well. I know I do. What do you think about it? Did you hear this morning that it did weaken to a category 4, and some weather analysts were saying that it might go to a 3, but all of a sudden, like, it shifted from a 4 to a 5, like, really fast earlier today. What do you think about that? Like, that was very weird, Scott, to me.
Marjorie Taylor Greene came out saying that they control this stuff, and I'm not, I'm not involved or plugged in enough to know whether or not that's true. But I would say this about that kind of statement: if they could, I believe they would. So, we'll leave it with that and go away from this conspiracy there, and just say, yeah, it went over land, it died down. The waters are what fuels this. So the hotter the water, the more intense the storm gets. And we got Gulf waters in, the 86, 87 range, I think is what I saw. And that's going to fuel the storm. Now, if it hits like 3, I mean, you were just showing your video. That was a pretty good representation of stuff that I've seen from, all over Florida to the Alabamas to all the way over to New Orleans, and even in Texas. We've had guys there. I didn't go over to Texas myself, but there's just these wind occurrences, wind and storm damage. It's just unbelievable. I mean, some of the stuff that you see in the aftermath, and I mean, if you just look at the pictures and the video that you see on the news, that shows you kind of a snapshot. Just imagine a picture, but then blow that up to imagine looking in every direction for a dozen miles, and it's like that.
That was just a small area of how bad it is on the road, as you're saying.
Yeah, it's just terrible. I mean, when you get into some of these areas, like just over here in St. Pete, we my brother-in-law's business does typical catastrophe work. So a house catches on fire, tree falls down on it, the air conditioner floods the house, or the neighbor's house or something catches on fire, smoke damage in this one. He just takes care of all kinds of stuff. And just prior to this storm, a lot of other, stuff had been wrapped up from the previous year, because sometimes some of this stuff, because it's construction, rebuilds, carries over 6-8 months, even longer, because it's insurance and you're waiting for insurance payoffs and stuff to get it all cleared. So he's just wrapped up things. I think he had, probably a dozen or so jobs going, little things here and there, bedrooms, baths, whatever, kitchens, baths, whatever. And this hit, and I mean, now the board's got probably, I think we got 70 something jobs now within a week after Helene, and it's just going to go up from here, because there's, this is the kind of thing that creates so much devastation. There's not enough people to attack it. I mean, there's not. We got a good state, though. I mean, I'm proud of DeSantis and what he's done in reaction to this. He's done more than FEMA, if you will. I think
hold that thought, Scott. I want to talk about FEMA and Governor Ron DeSantis in 1 second.
Super chat.
Shout out to Living Humbly. This is our first contribution tonight. $10 super cap. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. He says support for the show and prayers up for you and your families. Safety. Thank you, Living Humbly. Like I said, this is the first super cap of tonight's show. First, either super cap or cash cap. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you. God bless, man. God bless you, bro. God bless you. Let me play this video 1 second, Scott, and then I want to talk a little bit.
No problem. I'm here. I got some time. No problem. Take your time.
Okay, great. I appreciate you, bro. Let's see. Now, this is a news anchor And I've been seeing this. I've been seeing news anchors report on Hurricane Milton. And it's not your usual news reports. Like these news reports, some of these news reports, they're so candid and frightening. Like it really kind of gave me more of an understanding of what we're dealing with. Like when you live in Florida and you experience so many hurricanes, you feel like, oh, it's just another hurricane. But this one here is kind of having a different effect, not only on the citizens, but the news anchors. You can tell that this hurricane is affecting, is not only, you can see the humanization unraveling in these news anchors, like how, because usually they do a good job of staying professional, but you can see how human and vulnerable even the news anchors are. Here we go.
But what people need to know is that there's going to be storm surge, and they need to listen to their local officials. They need to evacuate if they're told to do so, because these storms are bringing more water than they ever have. And so while we have the wind risk, it's the water is what's killing people. So please listen to your local officials. Seek safety.
Let me play this one too. This is the other one. This is the one I really want to show. Let me see. Let me bring it up. Where is it? Oh, this is the one. Yeah, this is the one I wanted to show right here. Check out this guy. Check out this guy.
I've seen this today, an emotional report from the NBC Miami meteorologist and hurricane specialist, John Morales. He was being interviewed live today when the news crossed that the storm had grown explosively into a Category 5. Watch.
We want to begin with hurricane specialist John Morales. John, now this monster of a hurricane is a Category 5?
Yes, that news just came out right now, and it's certainly, it's just an incredible hurricane. It has dropped 50 millibars in 10 hours. I apologize. This is just horrific. Maximum sustained winds are 160 miles per hour, and it is just gaining strength in the Gulf of Mexico, where you can imagine the winds, the seas are just so incredibly hot, record hot, as you might imagine. You know what's driving that. I don't need to tell you. Global warming, climate change, leading to this and becoming an increasing threat.
So, Scott, this guy that was reporting on the storm, why did he get so emotional, Scott? He was saying that it dropped 50 millibars in 10 hours.
Yeah, that's a pressure. And what's crazy about that is the eye of the storm was very small. I think at the time that it did that, the eye was like 3.8 miles across. So we're talking about a baby storm that dropped. That's what gave it the fourth strongest storm, is the low pressure, and it actually went to a level that was mathematically stretching their models. That's why they're pushing that 6 potential category, because the math just doesn't work out with what they understand about this, the science, if you will. So they were a little bit perplexed, and that's, when it dropped like that, they're going, this is nothing we know anything about.
So this storm is
scary.
Okay, it's scary.
It was scary. It was. Now it's still scary. Let's not change anything there. But when you hear that guy panicking a little bit, that was authentic. I would say very authentic, because he's going, wait, what is this? I haven't seen this before. And, I mean, that's where, I'm doing nothing but watching the storm and listening to different people that are talking about their experiences, and a little bit on the last storm, but this last 24 hours, I say, that's how I found you. Doing this is just rolling through things, and I'm guessing that it's pretty much because I have that same sort of feeling that this is different. This is a little bit different, especially because I'm used to going after the storms or following them wherever they went, and they don't normally hit the Tampa Bay area like this. We're always leaving to go somewhere else.
Yeah.
And this time it's wow, it's actually targeting us.
So why did you decide to stay? I mean, Tampa Bay, you're in Tampa. That's right there close to the edge where the storm is going to hit. Why did you make a decision to hunker down and stay?
I've got dogs. My nephew's here with a big dog, and my brother-in-law, I'm watching him just grab stuff and load up his car. He actually has a house. This is his house, but he's got another house up north with his second wife. He's no longer my brother-in-law. He's an ex-brother-in-law, if you will. But he got another house near St. Augustine, so he's heading up that way. Actually, Gainesville and the place in St. Augustine. But I'm watching him walk out the door, and just take care of this house. Where we are is right at the point where it shouldn't flood. I mean, if we get a 20-foot surge above that, 25-foot, it's still got to go through 5 miles of shit to get here. So I'm right at that point with the different, channels and stuff like that to alleviate the top of the bay. I'm at that point where I could see flooding all around me, but I don't really think it could. I mean, I'm not going to say it won't happen, but I'm in a 2-story house. I'm more worried about the wind here than I am the flooding. And you just watch that video with the Category 4. That's what I don't want to see. Even a 3 is scary, but downstairs in a 2nd-story house, and have the windows taped up a little bit. I don't have wood. I'm not worried about because there's enough. The sides of the house where the windows are, there's enough other breaks that I don't think any wood's going to come in here. I'm not going to say it won't, but as far as trees and stuff, it'd be on the front side of the house where there's not as many windows. And so the upstairs is not a safe place just because of the wind and the way they build things in Florida. Most of the time, the downstairs is block and upstairs is stick. So, that's the last thing you want to do is go riding out a storm in a frame house. I mean, it's, they're telling everybody that's in trailers and stuff to get out of here. And I'd say, if you're in a trailer, that'd be the last place I'd want to be in this thing.
I got family members that they live in trailer homes, and they had to evacuate immediately because it was going to be ugly if they stayed, right?
Well, just think of those as just big boats. Once the water comes in, they're just going to float away. There's nothing, they'll tip over, they'll rip apart, they got hurricane straps. Some of them are just screwed down and, anchored. Depends on where they're hit, how hard they're hit, and if it's any kind of rushing water that hits them. Rushing water, and they're just not going to make it. I mean, I've seen entire. Just watch the news back in the past at some of the hurricanes. You can see some of the devastation of trailer parks. They just disappear. Everything's gone, and that's so sad when you see that, and you just kind of pray that everybody left. And that's why I recommend, if you're in a trailer park and something like this is pointed at you, go elsewhere. There's plenty of shelters, and Hillsborough, Pinellas,
you're saying by no means at all, if you're staying in a trailer, should you remain there during this storm?
For the first 15 miles of this thing, I mean, if you're 15 miles in from the shore, I wouldn't even test it there. I mean, it's just, this is such a wind thing, I mean, we're taking a direct hit. So imagine anything that's coming at you it's going to be 80-mile-an-hour winds, period. 75, 80, probably not sustained for long. You'll probably get gusts of 5-10 minutes, but that's enough to take stuff apart. And then you're going to have sustained winds, probably gusting at 50, 60 miles an hour for, hour, maybe longer, depends on maybe hours. And, they're going to shift directions on you because of the nature where you are. I mean, as the storm goes past you, one moment winds are going this way, everything's going across the house this way, and then you wait a couple hours, the eye goes past, and then you're on the backside of the storm, and now the winds are all going the other way.
Yeah.
So it gets pretty ominous when and I've never been in the eye of a storm, so I imagine seeing the eye wall from the inside could be kind of ominous too.
This is going to be my second time actually in the eye of a storm. I don't know if you remember Hurricane Charlie back in Hurricane Charlie did a significant amount of damage. I think that was in 2004.
I literally was here in Tampa, and I had a dog. This is funny because my nephew now has a German Shepherd. Back then I had a German Shepherd, and my whole family took off to Orlando, and I stayed here with my dog, and literally it was sun and barely any rain here. I mean, it was decent weather. And where my parents went, they brought their motorhome, brought the family, and because I had a German Shepherd and my cousin and her husband had a couple young kids, they said no to the German Shepherd. And I'm like, I'm not leaving my dog. Which my godson that I'm here with, he's kind of that same thing. I'm not leaving my dog. And so I'm proud of him. He's kind of like me. But that's where it hit. It actually hit in Orlando. And where the motorhome was, a tree fell literally right. The next door neighbor's tree fell right behind the motorhome. If the motorhome would have been parked like 6-8 foot back, it would have crushed the back of the motorhome.
Wow.
So
let's talk about Governor Ron DeSantis. You said you're kind of proud of Florida, and you're happy about the job that Governor Ron DeSantis has been doing as far as preparing for this storm. Tell us some things that you've gathered that Ron DeSantis has been able to do thus far.
He's putting a lot of things in play. He's bringing other, agencies outside the state agencies in to help. He's just a good contracting guy. He knows how to contract with people and bring in the help that's necessary. The other thing, like all these linemen, there's linemen stationed all over the place. I mean, that's the biggest problem with this kind of stuff is power. And we know we're going to lose power, and this guy's ready for it. I mean, he was in many other storms I've seen too. This Ron DeSantis is a sharp guy. And here, when this storm is following Helene, he's on the ball out there on the barrier islands. He's getting all that debris picked up from that other one. He knows that that's a disaster in the making to let all that go out to sea, to be pushed around, to fly in the air. So he's contracted with more people and made a concerted effort to clean up the beaches out there so that all that debris from a week and a half ago isn't laying around.
Mm-hmm.
And that's huge. I mean, and then there's a lot of money that's being released. So, this is before this storm has hit, they've announced that if you're a contractor and you're losing money, or not necessarily a contractor, if you have a business that's being shut down by this, anybody knock on our door will help you. That's basically what they're out there saying now.
So have you heard the notion that FEMA doesn't have any more money? Have you heard that too as well?
Yeah, but we'll get into an hour conversation if we start talking about money and my belief on that one. But they can write checks as long as the day is long. I mean,
we all know that.
They just keep figuring it out somehow. But as far as this, I think it's so convoluted. I think we're dealing with a bunch of people who are trying to manipulate the masses' mindset. And, it's political. I mean, you can't see it any other way. It's very political right now, and it's a shame that people are going to be in this kind of peril, and there's people willing to play political games with them. But as far as there being no money, I mean, I witnessed a video today. This is kind of crazy. In North Carolina, they showed a Black Hawk, military helicopter, ducking down low and just, buzzing a volunteer stand with a bunch of water and a bunch of tents and just blowing their stuff all over the place because they don't want people helping some of these victims. And I'm like, wait, is this for real? But I mean, I don't see AI creating that. That looked pretty real, and the people that were talking about it looked pretty real too. So I don't know. I wasn't there, but if there's anybody taking one of our military helicopters and going buzzing volunteers at a relief from a hurricane last week, I'm pretty pissed about that.
So let's talk about that, Scott, because that's very interesting what you're saying. We talk about politics, right? And we're talking about influence. Do you believe that there is an entity that's actually creating these storms?
Well, I believe in God, so I mean, let's not call him God. I believe in the Father, and Yahweh, if you will. I mean, I don't necessarily doubt the possibility with technology. I know, we can see clouds. I know that there's different ways to manipulate the weather that they figured out. I just started hearing something about blue gel. Have you heard about that?
No, what is that? Blue gel, what is that?
Well, this is okay. All right, take this with a grain of salt. And this is, so far as I can tell, I've seen videos on it, so I can't say that I haven't seen anything on it, but it's conspiracy theory for all intents and purposes until I've proven it to myself that it's real. So I haven't done that, but I'm a sound guy. I've done a lot of, recording in the past and written and recorded in a dozen different genres of music and had some songs on the radio, opened up for some interesting people. So I know a little bit about audio, and this doesn't sound that unlikely or, it sounds plausible, if you will, that they can go out and somehow use, like cloud seeders, I guess, or contrails, planes that are just spraying clouds, I guess.
Milton.
They can take this blue gel and spray it on one side or whatever, another side of the storm, and it'll create, like a wall of all these beads of gel, if you will. And as the thunderstorm, I guess this is what I'm taking away from it, for all intents and purposes. I may have read this wrong. I'm not sure. But what I was taking away from this, as a thunderstorm is creating lightning and thunder and a lot of booms and stuff, this will create kind of an acoustic wall. And the acoustics will reverberate back on the storm itself rather than going out this way of the storm. And the acoustics itself, the vibrations, can push the storm in the direction they want just by creating a wall on the direction they don't want it to go.
Really?
Fucking crazy, huh?
That's crazy.
That's crazy. But it sounds plausible.
What do you know
You create
about
a wall of a bunch of gel, and that it creates enough of a reverb. I mean, nothing's holding it from moving, but I mean, if it creates enough of a reverberation where the sound waves are going the other way, sound can move stuff.
What have you studied anything about HAARP, HARP?
I've seen some videos on it, and yeah, I know that they can manipulate the clouds. It's all frequency generation. I mean, Tesla. Yeah, Tesla proved that a long time ago, and I think that they have been hiding the information. So, yeah, I do believe in that. I don't think it's a conspiracy theory. I think it's actually conspiracy. So, here again, I'll go back to the theory I have with government. If they can, they will. If they could, they would. I don't really trust them because, well, it's a bunch of people who are usually in positions like that because they don't trust anybody else.
So, Scott, you're a storm chaser. You're a hurricane chaser.
I did that for years. You know, basically, you end up having dailies that you work in an area, and then you end up with storms. And depending on the storm, you know, where it is, logistics and whatnot, and what kind of assets you might be able to obtain, you might chase it. You know, like I said, first one, you know, Katrina, chased several after that. Most of them been in Florida, North Carolina. We were up there, Asheville, and all that. That's disappeared just a couple of years ago. Finishing up work, you know, late last year, I think, on the last one. Some stuff in Florida. So it's crazy. I was in, for that stuff, I was in the villages, but still doing stuff remotely, you know, invoicing and stuff like that. I can, you know, I've done a bunch of stuff over the years with the Xactimate estimating stuff. So, you know, it's been.
What does chasing a storm look like? What does that look like? I mean,
well, when I say chasing a storm,
to me.
I'm not like a tornado chaser, a storm chaser in that way. I'm saying, like any of the people that work in emergency services, they're getting everything ready for, like we have in the living room. If I turn on the camera and walk in there, I've got piles of DHUs showing up every couple of days. I'm staying here because more DHUs are going to show up on the doorstep as soon as, you know, Amazon or we've ordered them from all over the place. So as soon as they deliver them to me, they'll be here. And so somebody's got to be here. But if I took the camera and turned it on, I'll actually walk in there. There's DHUs. We just took them out of the boxes. The boxes today, they're all sitting by the front door. Watch this. Here's in case we run out of power, here's a generator we just brought in here because we know we're about to go out of power and all our generators are in the field. Mm-hmm. So, but let's go. Whoops. This is kind of I got a drone here ready to go. Got a couple drones that I'm charging, but here's the new DHUs that just came in. These
what are those again?
They're dehumidifiers. Basically, when water gets into an area, and here's all the boxes that we just took them all out of boxes today. Actually, I have a fucking garage full of shit. When something's wet, you know, when it's soaked with water, the only way to dry it out is turn the environment into Arizona. What that does is it heats up the environment and sucks the water out of the air. That's what dehumidification is.
Right.
Trying to see. We actually just got an ice maker hooked up too, which was neat. But here's a bunch of fans and stuff. This is just at the house. I mean, we've got a couple of warehouses with shit in them. But here's boxes that we just opened up with the last round of DHUs, and I don't have enough room in the trash. I had this out. They didn't come pick up the trash. This is all the packing from the damn dehumidifiers that we just opened up, and don't have any room in the trash for the ones there. So I've got all those boxes by the front door. I've got to put right here in our walkway before it starts getting wet and messed out there. So tomorrow morning I'm going to be putting them in here, probably on the car, because trash ain't coming now. They didn't come today, so they're likely not coming. So fun.
Let's talk about HARP again, and let's talk about storm and weather manipulation, right? If you ask me, when you really think about it, for a large entity, obviously for self-interest purposes, for somebody to even be okay with creating such catastrophic conditions, knowing that there will be casualties, Scott, knowing that there will be people that lose their lives, all in the name of influence and possibly swaying votes, or maybe there's a money play. I don't know exactly, what's the motivation behind actually making a damn hurricane, but that's pretty sadistic, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, for real. I mean, it is, but this world is full of people that are sadistic. Imagine somebody that's, spraying chemicals on us, the trails that we all see in the contrails, and we're like, no, that's not real. That's just condensation. And they're like, no, they're spraying us with chemicals. It's barium, it's aluminum, it's everything bad that you could have ever imagined. And you don't want to believe it, but think about it. If that's true, who would they hire? Well, they'd hire some pilots that never got married or did get married and then got divorced, never had kids, and don't have anybody they really care about. So, yeah, when you talk about these people that are capable of something like that, it's because they're basically chosen, I would say, to be the type of people that nobody cares about, or that doesn't have anybody that they care about, if you will. So they would be more willing to do something or not ask questions and worry about themselves over humanity even.
Yeah, these people that's leaving their homes right now, I think this is footage from West Central Florida. Is the traffic bad where you're at? Is the traffic like very, very bad where you're at?
Man, one of the things I didn't do today is go out, but I did see a lot of things, and I could call Larry. I could call my brother-in-law and ask him in the next, probably, he just left, so take him about 25 minutes or so before he gets out onto the highway. Mm-hmm. And unless he takes the expressway, it seems, but I'll give him a call in a while and, let you know if you're still going. How late are you going on chat, on stream?
I don't know. It's up in the air. I just wanted to touch bases with the audience because I don't know after today how long I'm going to be without power. They are estimating people being without power for a week or two. I don't know.
2 weeks is what I heard, and this is it's troubling to me that I've heard, like, not before, a lot of premonition stuff, that they're saying, plan on this, plan on that, and I just don't believe you can plan on Mother Nature for anything. You say it's this, it's always been that. That's how I look at it. But to go 100 with you, I'm more worried this feels different, but I'm not sure I believe what they, if you will, quote unquote, they, whoever they are telling me. And when we talk about can they control things, well, if I really believe they could, I'd probably believe more that I'd listen to them. I'd believe them more and listen to them more. So I think they may have influence, but I don't think ultimately that the Father, if you will, is going to give them full control. In other words, let's put it like this. I heard somebody say, can they do this? And then can they undo it? And they were like, well, they might be able to do it, but undoing it is not something they can do. In other words, they might be able to influence, but uninfluence or, to undo what they've done. So that's why I think that it's kind of crazy for them to try, because if you can't just think un-F something, then why would you F it in the first place? Because it could cost everybody.
Yeah, but that's what I was saying. Like, why would you F something up in the first place? And to me it seems pretty heartless if this is true. I'm gonna be honest with this guy. I used to think it was like conspiracy theory. Now I'm thinking more along the lines of what you're saying. It's a real conspiracy. And like when you're elite enough, when you feel like you're untouchable and you have so much power where these type of things will not affect you or your family or something, you don't care about people below you or the small people. You don't care about casualties and all that kind of stuff, right?
They only care about power. People that have, ultimate power, have money, I guess the way I've always looked at it is guys that run the mafia, run governments, they're not interested in the money. It's the power. You could give them their Cuban cigars and give them their cognac or whatever and sit them down at a poker table, and they don't care. Give them a few strippers, and they don't care how nice the house is. They don't care what part of town it's in. They care about power. They care about control. They care about being able to make a call and make stuff happen. Pretty much.
And there's nothing the people can do about it. Right.
At that level, we don't even know who those people are.
we don't
No
even know who they is. God.
Yeah, we had no idea. There's some.
Hold on, Scott. Shout out to Kira Howard. What's going on, Kira Howard in the building? Thank you for being here, Kira. Make sure y'all welcome Kira to the No Cap Crew. She said exactly, the elements of the earth do not obey human beings. Shout out to Kira. Thank you, Kira.
I'm gonna give you one more time.
Thank you, Kira. I appreciate you. Yeah, what were you gonna say? Shout out to Miss K too. Miss K, thank you for being here. She said, Freezy, why you didn't get out of there? Go to a different state if you have to and get a hotel room. Well, here's the deal, right? Like, some people, like, despite what people see on the news, everybody actually does not decide to leave. Some people just hunker down. Some people hunker down and stay, board their houses up as much as they can, pray for the best, you know, try to go through the power outages and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, you know, so I don't know, like, and then I will say I'm more inland. I'm still in the direct path of Hurricane Milton, but I would say I'm a little bit more inland. Scott knows exactly where I am. Polk County is like a little bit more inland. You got Pinellas and you got Hillsborough and you got Polk County. Or is it Hillsborough? No, wait. Pinellas is first, right? I think.
Here, to put it bluntly, you're about 60 to probably 90 feet above sea level, okay?
Yeah.
And I, at my old house, which is 5 minutes away from here, right over on the upper Tampa Bay, was 9 foot above mean sea level. So 50 some odd feet below you or more. Okay, now this storm's coming with a 12 to 15 foot storm surge. So my house over here in Tampa Shores at 9 foot above, well, no, my neighbors were 9 foot, and Helene put water in their garage. So the neighbors across the street were 1.5 feet below me. So I was 10.5. So 10.5, almost 11 foot. No water got in my old house. But this one coming right behind Helene,
yeah,
the street looked like a river like a week and a half ago. This one is probably going to get all them houses wet. It got half of them wet last week. It's probably going to get them all wet. The only way that like Orlando or areas like yours see flooding, it's not rising water. It's runoff. There's a low area in the area that they're in. You follow me? It's flash flooding.
What about wind damage and all that kind of stuff to houses and all
that? That's hit or miss. I mean, wind damage is tough, you know, and that's here. I'll tell you, just from take a pause for a minute and tell everybody, get your cameras charged up. Everything that you could take as far as being able to document your losses and show evidence of what was there and what you don't see anymore. That's the best way to get it replaced. You know, everything that you know, after it's done, before you throw things away, take pictures of it. Lots of pictures, just to, you know, just make sure that you kind of, you know where you were and what you had, so that insurance companies or, you know, anybody that may come in and, you know, there's, like I said, DeSantis and FEMA, well, not FEMA, but Hillsborough County here, they're talking about opening up the floodgates of money to help people with aid, so that, you know, they have housing, they have some money to get their gas, their food, their babies fed, etc. So that's just you're gonna have to apply for it. I mean, there's other ways, you know, there's churches and stuff like that that'll help you. But if you've seen the way that storms, have you ever been in? You said that you went through Charlie. Did you leave there?
I went through Charlie. I went through Irma. I went through several others that wasn't that impactful, but Irma had us out for a while. Charlie had us out for a few weeks. Yeah, so
you went through the meals ready to eat and stuff from National Guard and stuff when they brought it in.
Man, I don't be eating that shit, bro. I be barbecuing and shit. All the old food we have in our deep freezers and stuff, I just take that shit out, Scott, and Try to cook as much as I can until
cook
we
it
run
up.
out.
Yeah, but like Katrina, when I was in New Orleans, we had 2.5, 3 weeks before we had electricity. We had barbecue, but then we had no food. And then
You're gonna run
I
out.
had
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
I had no food. And then we had a guy. Listen, this is my first experience with storms. This blew my mind. We got a bunch of people out there already, and we got another truckload of people coming. Right, not a truckload. We got a van full of people, but we decided to take one of their people and have them drive one of our trucks from the shop out to New Orleans from Tampa, and we send them a credit card with money to get us food. Well, if you remember what happened after Katrina, because the Gulf states were all screwed up over there, the beer didn't leave Florida. So beer ended up being like $3.99 an 18-pack. They had a ticket on it where you could just pull off the sticker, and it was like a $12 coupon for an 18-pack. So I'm out in New Orleans. I've been there eating meals ready to eat, and I put in my own order for everything from Pringles chips to I want steakums and you name it. I put my order in, and I had my This son of a bitch came with a goddamn truckload of beer.
Oh shit!
This fat no, I was ready to kill some buck. I was ready to kill him. You have no idea. I was just
Did you drink some of it though?
No, I hate beer. I don't drink beer.
Really?
No, I'm a Canadian Mist, Canadian Club, Crown Royal guy. And in that order too. I'm a cheap drinker. If it's me, then it's gonna be Canadian Mist. If I'm gonna drink with a friend or something at the house, but if I'm out showing off, it's Crown.
Yeah, I feel. I used to be a Crown guy. Shout out to El Cheapo.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to El Cheapo celebrating 2 months of membership. She said,
right,
and you're through.
I'm gonna give you one more time. And you're through.
Thank you, El Cheapo, for celebrating 2 months of membership and being with us. El Cheapo she's a faithful member of the No Cap crew. Make sure you guys subscribe to El Cheapo's channel, man. She's very funny and very delightful and very insightful as well. Shout out to El Cheapo.
No Cap-tivity.
But yeah, Scott, as far as power, so you guys are projected 1 to 2 weeks power outage, right? So, okay, you're saying you're about 50 feet below sea level below us, like in Central Florida. What's your projection as far as power outage, where we're at? What do you think?
Well, where I'm at or where you're at? Where you're at?
Where I'm at. What do you think?
I mean, like over on the Barrier Islands, they shut off the electricity. Well, they shut off the water and the sewer, and then someone told me they were going to shut off the electricity, but that makes no sense. When I heard that, I was like, this is one of the workers that was here earlier today, and I was like, that because that's taking all the security measures out from everybody. It's going to take cameras down. You're going to run on backups for everything. That makes no sense. That made me start thinking conspiracy right off. But power going out is something that you can't control. And what this guy was trying to tell me is they were going to shut it down so that they wouldn't suffer anything. I said, they're going to suffer if it's wind. They're going to knock over poles. They're going to knock out transformers. And he goes, no, that's the transformers. If they're not live, they won't burn. And I'm like, well, I don't think they can do that. But they did evacuate stuff. They did shut down the water and sewer. I know that for a fact. So anybody out there is pretty well screwed. You know, they're probably, in my opinion, not going to let anybody out to those barrier islands. You know, St. Pete, Clearwater, the Reddington Beach, Treasure Island, all that stuff. Nobody's going to go out there. They're just not. We can't go out there. We got to work all over there. We can't go out there today at all. There was no rain. They shut it down. Yeah. So when the government gets involved like this, I start wondering about like Lahaina. I start wondering about Paradise. I start wondering about some of the stuff that I've looked into and have big fat question marks in my mind. Honestly. And then I go, theory, conspiracy, theory. Wait, it's all or none? No, it's probably a little of both.
Shout out to Living Humbly. Living Humbly gifted, I think in total 2 memberships. Shout out to Living Humbly. Thank you, bro. Let me give him a big bomb.
No Cap-tivity.
Also, I think the first membership he gifted was to Prime. Prime, congratulations. Prime, he already joins us on VIP Fridays. And Living Humbly gifted 1 more membership to Miss Bella. Miss Bella, congratulations, Miss Bella. I will be seeing you on VIP Fridays. Now, possibly not this Friday, or I don't know which Friday we're gonna be able to meet, but yeah, we'll see each other one of these Fridays to come, right? So the damage. What are you gonna do? You say you got dogs.
Yeah.
What you gonna keep your dogs in the house?
Yeah. Yeah. I got 3 little ones and then a German Shepherd. The German Shepherd's on the ground floor. They don't mix all the time. They mix once in a while. They're the little ones were my mom's. So I'm but just basically dog sit for them. I leave them upstairs. They have a half of the upstairs to themselves, and then take them outside 4 times a day. Out here on the back patio, let them go over to the yard over there, and then sit out here where I am right here. And but if I leave them out here, the German Shepherd goes crazy, so I can't leave him in the backyard. I mean, he can't be out here with them because he plays too rough. And they can't, same reason they can't be in there all the time with them. But, if you're minding them and they can be together. But you got to kind of pay real good attention to it all.
So, Scott, you made a comment in the chat earlier where you were saying, I don't know exactly if I understood what you were saying, but after this hurricane is over with, right? After this hurricane, are you saying there might be another hurricane that forms right after this?
What was the thing that I said before that?
You said something about a category 6, or are you saying that this hurricane Milton might form to a category 6?
No, what I was saying, after this hurricane, that the designation may become adopted, that there become a category 6. That this might prompt the adoption of a category 6 designation. Because this, like I said, this had, dropped the millibars like they'd never seen before. You saw that gentleman that was the newscaster that got emotional there. This is like, are we taking a step towards, what is it, Saturn or Jupiter? What is it, the planet where there's massive storms, that have been raging for centuries? Are we moving in that direction where the storms are going to become, more extreme than we've ever seen? That's why I think he was getting emotional.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Let's look at some updates on Hurricane Milton right now. Let's see what these people have to say. There we go.
I want to get you back into this update that we were listening from Tampa officials earlier on this afternoon. They were giving an update there, talking about the preparations that are being made ahead of the storm.
Yo, Scott, let me ask you about the evacuation. You don't think that they announced the evacuations a little late? Because a couple of days ago, when I was looking at the updates for this storm, for Hurricane Milton, it was saying no evacuations.
This is an odd storm. Remember, this is an anomaly. These things don't happen like this. I mean, we're getting a fastball coming from Texas.
Right.
They just don't happen like that. It's one other I can remember.
Now people are just scrambling to get up out of here. Like it's like a last minute evacuation process.
Somewhat, and I think, well, I don't think they're scrambling. I think they're scared. I think that what happened was they've talked about this and they said it's a possibility. They've been saying it for a week now. You know that this is a storm is coming. You know, and but for all intents and purposes, I think people saw that drop, you know, and then that rise. I mean, like you said, it was a 3, and then they say it might go to a 4, and then an hour later it's a 4, and they go, it might go to a 5, and an hour later, like, wait, what?
Exactly.
It's a 5. Like, it's blowing everybody's mind, and that was, you know, that's probably when that guy, that's right there is probably when that guy got emotional. He's going, wait, what is this? Wait, did that? No, that's not supposed to happen, and it did. So, again, when you talk about that drop in pressure, and the eye wall was a baby wall. I mean, it hadn't collapsed on itself; it was just forming. You're talking about small. This didn't seem to have the characteristics of a storm that would blow that record, you know, or be touching it. I mean, it did it quick. So I hope it doesn't do a repeat. I hope it comes through at a 3, and we don't have to worry about that kind of pressure when it comes through here, because that'll wreak havoc on us. I mean, at that point, man, come look for me. I'll give you my address, because shit, I'm in the wrong place if that comes through. I would have left.
Okay, what will a category 6 do? Just give us just a little.
Well, there's no such thing as a category 6, but let's say if they're talking about it tipping the scales on pressure, meaning the pressure gets so low that it's just intense as you know, it's feeding itself massively. Wow, I would imagine that entire beachfronts would be gone. You know, you would see devastation not off like Hiroshima and Nagasaki, you know, all the trees bent over and gone, and you know, it looked like a nuclear bomb went off.
Damn.
It really, it would look like a severe devastation, but it would all be, I mean, because of the backside, there'd be some stuff going in different directions, but for the onshore first hit, I mean, everything would be bent in one direction, just pushed over the top of stuff. Have you seen the pictures of the boats and stuff in people's yard piled on each other?
Yeah, I've seen that before.
That's same thing in New Orleans when I was down there. Same thing in North Florida. There's just, it's just crazy what this massive power can do. The raging sea coming at you is unbelievably powerful, and you know what it can move is pretty much whatever you put in front of it.
Let's see what this guy has to say.
That leads to more storm surge, and the reason for that is just simply because you've got more wind over more area, so that's more water to pick up. The more area that you can cover with that strong wind, the more water you can pick up. And so over time, as the storm maintains that strength and expands in size, you build up that wall of water that we call storm surge, and ultimately, even as the storm weakens, that storm surge doesn't go down. It stays at that Cat 4 or Cat 5 level, and it's got to go somewhere, and it goes right into the west coast of Florida. So from southwest Florida up to Tampa Bay, the biggest risk for storm surge as this system makes landfall late Wednesday night. Here's a different view of it on future track. You can see tomorrow morning, we're already starting to get more of an asymmetrical shape here. Right?
This is a mirrored view. That's why it kind of looks like it's coming from the opposite side. It's a mirrored view.
Right? We've got a tight core of precipitation around the eye, and then this huge precipitation field that's getting pulled away from the center. That's the influence of the jet stream. You see it even more as we fast forward this. And look at how big the eye is now. So instead of that 4-mile wide eye, we've got like a 40-mile wide eye here. It could be 10 times bigger than it was at its smallest point yesterday by the time we get to landfall. But now we've also got rain extending all the way out towards the east coast. So it becomes a very lopsided storm. And so with this, you've got two threats now. You've got freshwater rain flooding that's going to happen on the north side of the system, where you get some of those heavier rainfall values. So Tampa Bay, tremendous amounts of rainfall and a lot of wind too. You're on the north side here of that eye wall. On the south side of the storm, not a lot of rain, so we're not worried about rainfall flooding, but incredible amounts of storm surge getting pushed in by that storm. You're talking about winds coming on shore 100 miles per hour. That's pushing feet and feet and feet of water from the Gulf of Mexico into those communities. And in some of the videos that we've been doing the last few days, we've had people comment saying, I'm watching the Carolinas, I'm watching from Georgia. Is this storm going to impact us? Does it loop around and hit us? So we're going to take Future Track out even further. We go out in time. That cold front that's coming into the Gulf of Mexico right now, it's not just going to stop in Texas and Louisiana. It goes through the whole country. And that is going to literally sweep this thing. First of all, it's going to shred it to pieces. Look at that. By Thursday night, it's a mess as it goes out to sea. But it takes it to the east, away from the U.S. The only impact that we are going to see in the United States, unfortunately, is going to be in Florida. But areas like Georgia, the Carolinas, this is not your storm. Thankfully, you've got enough to deal with. Unfortunately, though, for the folks in Florida, this is going to be your second time going through a hurricane. Different area, but still very impactful for a good part of the state. All right, let's talk storm surge now. This is the official map put out by the National Hurricane Center. They've painted the entire West Coast under the potential for seeing storm surge. This forecast is going to get much more fine-tuned as we get into tomorrow. But right now the forecast calls for 10 to 15 feet of storm surge for all of Tampa Bay. 10 to 15 feet of storm surge would be the highest value that they've ever seen in Tampa Bay. So if you have family that lives in Tampa, they're by the water, they're saying, I'm not leaving, I've been through storms before, I know how this goes. There's no other way to say this than if this verifies in the worst case scenario, Tampa's going to run out of luck. This will be the worst storm they've seen in over 100 years. That being said, there is the potential that the storm goes farther south and Tampa Bay gets lucky again.
Dodges a bullet.
Because it's going to be a last-minute decision, and by that point, it's too late to evacuate. Best case scenario, you get out, and you come back the next day, and your home is still there. Worst case scenario, you stay, and you end up on the roof of your home as a storm comes in with 15.
So he's saying that if it doesn't change trajectory, you could end up on the roof of your home, Scott. What is he saying?
Well, that's going to take some severe. I mean, that could happen. I'm not going to doubt that. And keep in mind, it wouldn't be rushing water that did that. It would be rising water. Okay, and think about where I am. I'm at Upper Tampa Bay, so I have all of the barrier islands. Then I got all of Clearwater, St. Pete, Palm Harbor. All that's between me and the Gulf. You know, so 25 miles of land between me and the Gulf. But the bay's here, and I'm at the Upper Tampa Bay. So all the water rushing into the bay is going to hit all these canals and stuff, and it's going to flood them. So all the areas inland that are attached to the canals, the water's just going to be going into the neighborhoods everywhere. And that's where, you know, I should be okay, but you know, I'm right near, right here on the side of the house is a forest, and there's a swamp there, and it's about 4 foot down.
So is that's going to serve as a barrier for you, that forest?
It'll no. This is what worries me right here. This forest that I got next door here.
Shout out to Travis. Go ahead, Scott.
That's hey, real quick. You want to hear something? Tell me. You seen how you had that reversed and it was going backwards on that video?
Yeah.
You know what they call that, right? It ain't a hurricane when it's going the other way.
What is it called?
Typhoon.
Oh, a typhoon. Okay, yeah.
Typhoon goes clockwise, hurricane counterclockwise.
Really? I did not know that. Shout out to Scott, man.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Scott, man.
So that's a problem with the wind, because all these trees and the way the storm's coming in, it's not a problem. But as it passes, remember the wind's going to be on the opposite direction. Now it's going to be pushing them trees back towards me.
Let's see what this guy has to say one more time.
Roger. And I can stay up, or if I've been up for a while. So if you want to keep me up, it's up to you. I got nothing to do, and I got I can answer some more questions, or if you want to keep going with your show on your own, it's up to you.
No, Scott, you can chill, man. You got a lot of information, man. I appreciate you, man.
Yeah. Absolutely. All right, well, let's listen to this guy.
Okay.
Lucky again. That 100 years. That being said, there's no other way to say this than if this verifies in the worst case scenario, Tampa's going to run out of luck. This will be the worst storm they've seen in over 100 years. That being said, there is the potential that the storm goes farther south and Tampa Bay gets lucky again. That's not a gamble you want to take, though, because it's going to be a last-minute decision, and by that point, it's too late to evacuate. Best case scenario, you get out, and you come back the next day, and your home is still there. Worst case scenario, you stay, and you end up on the roof of your home as a storm comes in with 15 feet of storm surge. Just some words of wisdom there, and if you don't believe me, ask some folks down at Fort Myers Beach that went through this 2 years ago, the folks that stayed in Fort Myers Beach, what that experience was like. A little farther down the coast, speaking of Fort Myers Beach, this is terrible because, again, just 2 years ago, they went through Hurricane Ian, wiped out a large part of Fort Myers Beach, which is its own city, separate from Fort Myers. And now we're forecasting, again, 8 to 12 feet of storm surge for that area. And that forecast may go up depending on what this track actually looks like by the time it gets tomorrow. But big-time evacuations going on in Cape Coral, Fort Myers, the outer islands of Lee County, and also that, Port Charlotte. Port Charlotte didn't get a huge hit from storm surge with Ian. Unfortunately, it looks like this will be your storm for storm surge. And then the values do drop off as you get farther to the south.
Go ahead, Scott.
All right, let's take a look at the model.
They could get hit at Cape Coral. There's a lot of expensive houses down there in Naples and stuff. There's a lot of money. I mean, national wealth. There's some expensive houses and some banks with a lot of money in them. So if it does hit that far south, there's going to be a lot of loss. I mean, there's not
that's where all the money
is.
It
is.
What that is? That's Sarasota, all that stuff down there.
Sarasota's Anna Maria Island. Then you go down like St. Armor Circle's there, but you go down to Venice, Lido Beach. You go further, exactly. Bonita Springs. Punta Gorda. You get down to that West Palm. That's the other side.
To my Port Charlotte,
Fort Lauderdale, Naples down there. Naples. It's just
Naples, Port Charlotte.
That's where there's a ton of money down there. It's just I mean, but the same thing in Anna Maria. It's just smaller in Anna Maria Island around there. But you get down to Naples, is where a lot of money is. So I don't know. A lot of people have retired from all over. Famous people from back when go there, from Hollywood and stuff. Hollyweird, if you will.
Yeah, Hollywood. Yeah.
Oh man, you watch
satellite image.
Hold on, let me see this right quick, Scott.
Go ahead.
Send all the models on their way. So each one of the white lines here indicates a different computer model. We can look at these until you go blurry vision-wise, just looking at the computer screen. So what we've done is we simplify it. We take a cluster of these models, we average them, and we get what's known as the consensus. That's the black lines that are going through the screen. We zoom in, and remember I was talking about Tampa Bay could get lucky. There's a chance. If you've been following along with these model plots, they've been going back and forth. North, south, and a difference of only 20, 30, 40 miles.
That's that acoustic blue gel.
The models are south of Tampa Bay.
That's what you was talking about earlier.
Yeah, they're bouncing that thing back and forth. They're screwing with us.
Yeah.
How many times do they tell you it's bouncing forward? Not till it comes to Tampa, huh?
Yep.
I ain't never seen it bounce like this. I watch these things all the time.
I never
it's bouncing
seen
back and
a
forth.
Hurricane bounce like they're saying it's gonna bounce back and forth. I never seen that.
WTF?
That's crazy.
That's a new word in the hurricane search. Shit. I ain't never heard him say it's bouncing. What is this, a ball? King James got this bitch running up the court?
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Let's listen in some more.
Tomorrow morning, the models could be north of Tampa Bay. But this is where things stand right now. The models take this storm just to the south of Tampa Bay into the Sarasota-Bradenton area, which would mean the worst storm surge comes in on the south side into southwest Florida. And you get a north wind, which means a reverse storm surge in Tampa Bay where the water actually leaves the bay. Speaking of that, let's talk about the storm surge impacts. This is the most important takeaway that I'm going to give you with this video. Someone watching this, or someone that has friends or family, someone that's in Florida is going to get unlucky. That's the bottom line. If it's not Tampa Bay, it's Southwest Florida. That's what's going to happen. We have a major storm that's coming for the west coast of Florida. Somebody's going to get unlucky. I hate to say it, but that's just the way it is. Whether or not Tampa Bay is spared will really hinge on the exact track. And the reason why we keep mentioning Tampa Bay is because, first of all, haven't taken a direct hit in over 100 years. But second of all, that bay is so large and shaped in such a way that if you get the storm making landfall like this, where it goes...
Now he's talking about me.
Pinellas County. Pinellas County is where St. Petersburg is, right here, okay? That is going to take all of this water and it is going to push it into the bay. And that bay is a bowl.
Tampa Bay.
It has nowhere to go. So once you fill that bowl with water, then it will start to empty into neighborhoods and communities and cities. That's the issue with Tampa Bay. And nobody that has lived there in modern history has experienced this yet because, again, it's been over 100 years since they've taken a direct hit from a storm like this. So since then, obviously this area has built up significantly. So there's a lot of folks that have never been through this, that aren't from the area, that just moved there. Just think about how much the population has increased in the last 10 years, okay? And so now you've got all this developed area, homes, communities, cities, towns that are going to be impacted by this. That would be the worst case scenario. This is one scenario. I'm not saying that this is going to happen. This is just one scenario. The other scenario and how things look as of this evening, again, this could change by tomorrow morning because it's only a difference of a 40-mile track shift. So instead of northern Pinellas County, now landfall happens in Sarasota, Tampa Bay dodges another bullet and gets lucky. Who's unlucky now? Everywhere south of there. Venice Beach, Sarasota, Siesta Key, Charlotte Harbor, down into the Fort Myers area. These would be the areas then hardest hit as the winds come on shore and push that water inland. St. Pete and Tampa get lucky, and that's pretty much what this is luck at this point, because you're talking about 40 miles of difference. Because with a track like this, the winds are going to be ripping out of the east. And as that happens, you're actually going to see water levels in Tampa Bay come down.
Suck it right out of the bay.
Wraps in. And all that water then goes into areas to the south. That's what's so complicated about this forecast. So you might be saying, okay, well then why are they evacuating people if they're still this unknown? Because it takes a lot of time to evacuate hundreds of thousands of people. So they can't do it the night before, right? That's the bottom, that's the answer. I wish that we were at the point where we could give you a forecast down to 5 miles. We're not there yet. We're not going to be there probably until 12 hours before landfall.
Scott, this thing is supposed to touch ground
then, these storms
today, right? Later on today, right?
But as we get into tomorrow, it will
not today, but Wednesday,
late,
right?
Yeah, late Wednesday, early Thursday.
Okay. We can wake up tomorrow morning, the models could be back to the north again, Tampa Bay back in the crosshairs. We don't know. Regardless, though, of storm surge impacts, even if the storm takes this south track, major wind damage through the Tampa Bay area. This is going to be a very impactful storm for Tampa Bay. This is going to be an extremely impactful storm for this entire area, from Tampa Bay all the way down into Southwest Florida. So this is the bottom line. The storm will expand as it weakens. A weakening storm is an expanding storm. It gets bigger as it loses its strength. You're talking about catastrophic storm surge somewhere on the west coast of Florida. That I can tell you.
A lot of somewhere. I mean, a big area, probably a couple miles worth of fucking devastating shit. Excuse my French.
Oh, you okay? You all right?
I mean, you're going to see stuff that's going to be depressing. Dude, I was in New Orleans right after it. I mean, I remember going across on the way there, and everything was, the levees broke and everybody was leaving. Everybody that stayed was leaving. It was just done at that point. So we're going across Lake Pontchartrain and everybody, headlights coming at us. And it was just bizarre. I mean, it's life-changing. Some of the stuff that you see in these scenarios is heartbreaking and life-changing.
I agree. It's gonna be heartbreaking, man. Yeah.
Pray for the people, because I mean, we don't know what the toll of this is going to be, but the bell is going to toll high. For whom the bell tolls, it's going to be high.
Well, when you hear the weatherman say, the weather analysts say, this storm is going to be nothing like we've seen in 100 years. When they say 100 years, that's horrific. When I hear something like that, it keeps me on my toes,
I don't remember when it was, but I think it's like 140 years, like 1893 or something, since they had a storm that came through Tampa that was a direct hit and was, put everything underwater. I mean, I think it's a little more than 100 years, but they're calling it a 100-year storm because it don't happen that often. But again, we got a bouncing storm that's like a knuckleball from Texas. What is this?
That's a fact.
It's bothersome. It's bothersome, man.
It's
I'm
bothersome.
sitting here.
It really is.
I just have this. I just have this feeling that, I don't know. I mean, everything is off right now. I mean, look. Just say Biden and Harris, and you go, okay, that's off. Say Trump, not once but twice they're trying to off him, unalive the man. That's off. I mean, what this could be if then, all right? The scenario, if this, then this. And at some point, are we going to have to look at that if then scenario and go, well, if this keeps happening, then it must be God,
Right. Yeah. I totally
agree. I mean, because fires, floods, mudslides, knuckleballs from Texas, and if we can verify that the government ain't pulling any strings, or any other government's not got nothing to do with it, then we got to start looking at other options for this strange occurrences. But it may just be happenstance. I mean, Mother Nature is a fickle broad.
Shout out to Logic. Logic is in the building, y'all.
No Cap-tivity.
Logic, if you want the link, let me know. Let me know, Logic, if you want the link. Just let me know in the chat. I appreciate you being here, man. Also, shout out to Danny Anhalt, man. Danny Anhalt says, stay safe. We've been through a few of these in our time in Florida. We know when not to play with these storms. Yes, that's a fact. That's a fact.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to my sister Fanny. She just laughing her ass off at Logic. Always good to see our sister Fanny in the building, man. She says, no cap. Scott is hilarious. No, Scott, I think Scott is just trying to, keep some type of jipperness about this. But I think Scott understands the severity which is upon us. Shout out to Mrs. She Said in the building. How you doing, Mrs. She Said?
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you for being here, Mrs. She Said. Also, shout out to Super Chat. Shout out to Prime for the $2 Super Cap. He said it's really going from a 5 to a 1 when it hits. What do you want to answer that, Scott? He said, is it really going to go from a 5 to a 1 when it hits?
Well, what happens is you're talking about the storm gets its strength from the water, and not just any water. It takes warm water to fuel these things. Okay, once you start getting into the 70s, that's cool water. to a storm. You need it in the upper 80s and 90s. If you can get the water in the 90s, this thing would be unbearable. We wouldn't be able to deal with it. It would be a 5. All right, but so once this thing hits land, the land's going to start to slow it down. But once it gets over to the Atlantic, it's going to be 70-degree water, 77, 78, whatever, and that's just going to break it up. You know, it's got no chance over there. That's why it's going to turn to a 1.
Where do you say it's going to break it up at?
When it gets over the Atlantic, when it gets on the other side of Florida, over the ocean.
Oh shit! It need to break up way before that. Shit.
Well, it'll slow down way before that. It's going to slow when it hits the land. It just don't have a chance of reforming. Is kind of the mentality of it. It's going to go to a 1 rather quickly once it hits land. But, you know, for it to stay a storm, remember, it's losing what he just said, and that's true, that as they're losing, you know, strength, they actually grow in size. They spit off a lot more clouds because all the energy is now dispersing from the center of it. So,
we gotta shout out to Next Level, and I see the cash caps too, Blaze and Frizzle Frost. I see y'all cash caps. I'm gonna read your cash caps shortly. Next Level, shout out to Next Level in the building. Next Level said, what are your thoughts, Scott, on weather modification centers and man-made storms? We talked about that earlier, but I'll let Scott I'll let him kind of go back into that. He said, what about NASA and HARP and having equipment that can manipulate the weather? You want to expound on that again, Scott?
I mean, just my beliefs. I mean, I can't prove anything, but, you know, everything is frequency and wave. And can they generate frequencies and wave and create things with them? Yeah. And then seeding clouds, you know, weather modification is a real thing. It's been happening for years. If you just look what happened in Dubai recently, they overdid it and flooded it. I said, they just screwed it up.
Right.
So, and that was pure weather modification. So this is just, you know, hey, it is what it is. Yeah, they do have, you know, HARP. They do have weather stations where they can manipulate things, and we're not privy to that side of things because, well, we're not in that club. We're the, I guess we're the hired help.
We're the victims.
For real.
Yeah.
That's that part. I would go along with that.
We're the casualties. That's a better word. Yeah.
Yeah, we're definitely casualties. If you're going to go with that, I would agree with that. But you know, I don't like to feel like a victim. I mean, the thing that they can't do to us, because we do have our own minds, and you know, through that and through the faith in the Father above, there's really no way they can put me in captivity. You could put me in a box and I'm going to still be with my Lord and Savior. I'm still going to be with my Father above, and you can't take that away from me. I'll be hungry. You know, so that's the real powerlessness that they have. You know, then you got to understand that about yourself, and then you start gaining your real footing, and that's my belief. But yeah, as far as the craziness of weather modification, of, you know, controlling people, like I said earlier, all this stuff is real in my opinion, because if they could, they would. So if they can, they are. And we already know they can. Just check the record. They can do all kinds of weird shit, so you know they're doing it.
Shout out to Falcon Strike in the building. Thank you for being here, Falcon Strike. Falcon Strike said property values will have to come down to match the risks associated with hurricanes. Let's see, Mrs. She said, well, you want to comment on that, Scott? Property values will have to come down to match the risks associated with hurricanes.
But here's. Man, the insurance companies, you're already talking about the government's damn near insolvent unless they just turn on the printing presses, which what they're going to do. But the insurance companies, I mean, they're there's only one company or two companies writing right now, and they're probably going to be done here. So you're going to have assurance insolvency again. They're going to go back to Citizens. It's going to be the only thing for flood after this thing. You know, 2 in a row like this, and possibly a third one coming another week or so.
Yeah.
This is unprecedented, and we're the weak link of the chain when it comes to hurricanes. Florida is. We're the ones that take it on the chin the most.
I try to tell people, man, Floridians, they want to say this, the vacation. Okay, come down, bring your ass down here if you want to. Okay, if you're not used to this hurricane, this type of weather, this catastrophe, it could be it could be life changing. Like, you know, there's a lot of people that move down here. As soon as they experience a hurricane, guess what they do, Scott? They get their ass up out of here. They leave. They go. The population go down just a little bit.
Some people don't feel like there's a guy outside with a gun when hurricanes coming at them. They feel like there's an army outside with the guns.
Right.
It's like, oh, well, yeah, I'm in the wrong house. I don't want to be here. And
Exactly.
this is kind of the first time I felt that way. I'm okay, but it's the first time I've kind of understood it. You know what I mean? And I was in Katrina, so that storm that hit right after Katrina, I didn't ride out Katrina. I was there first response. So there was a storm that came through right after that. I rode that out, and it went right through there. It was pretty scary. So I think the 70-mile-an-hour winds or something like that. I mean, the trees didn't get knocked over by Katrina. We're down with this one. So,
damn.
Mrs.
She said my mom lives near Tampa. We're praying for your mom. Mrs. She said, yeah, we're praying for her. God bless her soul. Pretty sure she's gonna be okay, especially with caring family such as yourself. Shout out to Cartel. Cartel is in the building. Cartel said, praying for y'all. Praying for y'all. You all. Yeah. Thank you, Cartel. I appreciate that.
God bless.
Fanny P say, Freezy, why you didn't tell us you are an hour and 5 minutes away from Tampa, Florida? I might be a little closer than that. I think I'm a little closer than an hour and 5 minutes. I think I'm a little closer than an hour and 5 minutes to Tampa, Florida. But I don't know. Here's the thing. Anytime hurricane season comes, and Scott could probably identify with this, we always try to stay optimistic. We always try to say, it ain't gonna hit us directly, you know. Floridians try to stay optimistic. Even now, right? We're feeling like, okay, at the last minute it might take a turn and it might go a little further south.
It's because we've seen that before, because it's so unpredictable. It really is.
Yeah.
It really is. I mean, no matter what they say, this thing has a mind of its own. You know, unless they got that blue gel, I'm not convinced about that. I mean, these things are massive. So say they did have something like that, then they'd have to get in the right spot. The right spot might not be the right place to get back alive out of. You know what? I mean, you're playing with something that I think, I don't know. If I had to guess, to be honest with you, if they could, they would, but I doubt they can. It's too big. It's too much. Maybe lasers or something, but I don't know. They'd have to have an awful lot of power running that laser. How could they do it from above? You know, you'd need the sun to generate the damn power for that. I don't know.
I agree. Shout out to everybody that's been leaving cash caps. I appreciate all of the contributions, y'all. I really appreciate all of the contributions.
Check the cash out, bitch.
Shout out to Dr. Frizzle Frost for his $5 cash cap. He said, stay safe, bro. Thank you, Frizzle Frost, for your $5 cash cap.
No Cap-tivity.
And if any one of you guys feel it inside to just contribute, you know, I appreciate it. Thank you. You know, like I'm gonna try to go live tomorrow. I'm going to try to, right? Depending on how much I have to do. I've been trying to secure stuff, trying to run around. Traffic is unbearable. It takes forever to get wherever you're gonna go. So it's just a lot of time being utilized when you leave your house. Scott, know what I'm saying?
Excuse me for interrupting, man, but I think you should just never mind all that. Instead of going with the traffic away and it's going to take you forever, you come right here where I am. Ain't nobody coming this way. You get here in minutes. And if you go extra, now you can even drive extra fast because I hear the cops ain't gonna chase you, and if you do, they just wave at them, and they. So you come here, and I got an idea.
Scott, listen,
yeah,
going westbound on I-4, that's gonna be the smoothest ride of your life, right? Is that?
Ain't nobody coming this way. There ain't nobody coming this way. But here's an idea. We'll hang out tomorrow. You do a live stream, and we'll hang out with Milton. We'll get the Milton board out. We'll get whatever Milton Bradley games we can find. We'll go play a bunch of Milton Bradley games and watch the storm come in right here.
Oh man, that sounds like we're gonna have a blast. Literally,
that'd be fun. Yeah, right.
Cap-tivity. Check the cash out, bitch.
Shout out to Blaze. Blaze, you're already on the sponsorship board. Blaze, thank you for contributing $40. Blaze is the sponsor of tonight's show. To be the sponsor of tonight's show or co-sponsor, it has to be either $40 or more. Thank you, Blaze, for the contribution, especially in these drastic, catastrophic times. He said everything will be all right, bro. Much love and respect. Thank you, Blaze. Thank you, Blaze. I appreciate you. Blaze is the official sponsor of tonight's show. Fanny P said, Freezy, you fill your gas tank up? Brina said, y'all don't got no gas. Listen, if you got gas, don't tell nobody you got gas because they probably will come rob your ass right about now. Did you fill your tank up, Scott? Did you, how many, whatever, did you fill your tank?
Yeah, I think I put 3/4 of a tank in it. I didn't want to stand there and keep pumping it. I got a bad back, so I was pumping it. Once I got up, I had enough in it. I was fine. I think the number, Jesus, I don't want to tell you the wrong number, but it's something like 125 million gallons of gas they already have waiting to come in here or more. They got tons of gas they got up here in North Florida waiting to come here.
Oh, that's good. That's
yeah.
How did you find that out? How did you find that out?
What's that? It was reported. It was reported.
Okay.
That was reported. So I got that straight off of one of the news shows I was watching. And the number's wrong that I'm saying, I'm sure, but it was, millions of gallons, so. And I don't want to say 10 million. I think it was 100 million or more is what I thought I heard. 27 million, 57 million. I could be wrong saying over 100, but it wasn't 5 million gallons. That wouldn't do a shit. We got 4 million households in Hillsborough, Pinellas, Pasco. There's, how many homes flooded in Pinellas County with Helene?
How many?
Like, I think it was 37,000. It was 27 or 37,000, one of the two. But that put Pasco and Hillsborough in there, and you probably have 100,000 homes or more.
Damn.
Ton of flooding. Yeah, I mean that's day after tomorrow shit. That's just bizarre. A lot of bad damage. Because. Here, and that's, you just heard in Tampa, you were watching that Jane Castor and the gentleman, I don't know who he was, but probably her deputy mayor or something. They were doing the same thing that they were doing out in that DeSantis had ordered out in the Barrier Islands, getting all the debris and stuff up. Which is
is your house? You say you got sandbags, Scott?
No. What we have is just for the back. Here, what I did is I drained the pool a little bit. Actually, it's still draining. It's not totally drained.
Oh, let me show you. There you go.
It's draining right now. It's down. See, just below the tile. See, it's now right below the tile line right there. Yeah. And I'm trying to get it down to that step. And there's a swamp. I don't know. You can't really see it. I wish I had my flashlight here, but there's woods right here. Here, you might be able to see up there. Can you see the treetops?
No, it's kind of dark. It's dark out there.
I don't know where my doggone flashlight is. What do I have that I could? But look, there's the moon. At any rate, eighth of a mile deep over to the road over here, and then there's all swamp underneath it. And these trees that are, 30 yards from the house are 40 yards tall. So they could fall this way, but the winds are going to be pushing them away. And this all sits a little bit lower. So the swamp, I would say, the water level is about maybe 6 foot below here, maybe 7. So I'm draining the pool down into that, because what happens here, and I don't have sandbags, I have just garden soil, because I need the soil. I don't need sand. So I've got a couple places the dog over here digs up. I'm going to use this afterwards, but we're just going to block this. So we'll take some plastic tomorrow, some visqueen like, and double it up and just put this on the inside of it. On the inside of it to keep water from coming in there. And our problem isn't that we flood, although that could with this. I mean, this is one of the areas. This is tied to the channels coming out of that. But our problem here is this pool gets too much rain. I mean, this just happened, not even the storm. There was a day, the rain that just happened like 4, 5, 6 days ago?
Yeah.
There was some flash flooding. About a week ago, right after Helene, though. Like 3 days after Helene, we had flash flooding. But this pool flooded this whole deck and got probably where the generator is, and then almost to that door. And so that's why, basically, putting that in the whatchamacallit, putting all the water out of the pool into the swamp, if you will, so that if the rain comes and fills it up, we'll be all right.
So you're not threatened for like a lot of water to come in your house?
As long as we don't get too wet, I'll be happy. My fear is that this pool may take on enough water, and if it does, then I'm going to try and clean this channel out. I know I'm
so you drained your pool.
Showing a lot of this, but if I can get this channel, the problem I think I had last week was this channel needs to be cleaned out. So
you're saying you drained your pool? Can you hear me, Scott?
Look at this. I think Freezy may have taken a break, so I'm probably talking to you folks for a moment myself.
No, hold on, Scott.
And
Scott, can you?
If you look, this is the.
Can you guys hear
me?
The
model of this that's shown on the screen here.
Can you guys hear me? Let me know if you guys can hear my microphone.
They're showing it just south of Tampa, and that is definitely, in my opinion, preferred, because we're going to have we'll have the what I was discussing earlier with Freezy is the clean side of the storm, if you will, because I'm looking at this backwards, so it confuses me a little bit. But the clean side of the storm is always kind of the left side of the storm, because things are being pulled away rather than pushed in, where the dirty side is kind of pushing towards you. It's the storm surge. So the right side is going to be, if the storm hit above Tampa, the right side of the storm, or the dirty side, is going to be Tampa.
I don't think, Scott, can you hear me, Scott?
And that's not good for us
Scott
at all,
can hear me.
for this neighborhood or anything.
I don't think you can hear me, Scott.
Freezy, you there with me?
Can you hear me?
All right, well, listen. I believe I'm live.
Let me see.
On No Cap with Freezy. So let me suggest everybody get some donos in. I know you've been helping him, but he's in Florida like the rest of us. We're going to face some definitive problems here in the near future, whether it be loss of power, loss of access to, banking, food, to, just typical services may be out for a while. So we shall see.
Scott, check the message.
Okay, there seems to be some people here. Freezy.
Let's see.
There you are. Is that
Scott,
you?
can you hear me, Scott? Can you hear me, Scott?
See. If I'm talking to myself, then so be it. If I'm not, I'm going to sing to you all now. Because I feel I'm holding something down that I'm not sure. I should be or not.
Scott, can you hear me now? Drop down and come back up, Scott. Look in the chat, Scott.
Didn't you? I did too.
They say maybe it's his setup. Scott say he finna sing. What's going on, These Nuts? These Nuts, what's up, bro?
No Cap-tivity.
I'm losing power. Okay, we got more viewers. So I'm going to tell you what. Freezy.
Yeah. Can you hear me, Scott?
I'm a songwriter, so let's see. Let's say
shit, this man finna sing. Damn, the hell, Scott.
Say we sing something about the government. Not sing, but just tell you that I believe that
Scott can't even hear me, man. He finna sing.
The money is the problem with this whole game we're playing. Seems to be a little bit more insane than most of us understand.
Scott's so damn high right now.
I always looked at it like this. Drive-through tellers, credit cards, all of them sellers selling hard, and you better believe you can bank on that. If you're selling or buying too, you ought to know they're going to run you through, and you better believe
what the hell,
you
Scott
can bank on that. There's computers online, there's apps scheming all the time. They're just there to take your money. Believe me, honey, you can bank on that. See, they know just what to do. They make you think they're helping you. But that's not what they're there to do. Bank on that.
Scott on that. Scott on that good stuff, man.
No Cap-tivity.
Scott, did you hear Scott?
All right, man. I'm gonna turn over to YouTube and see if you're still there. I hit the
hey Scott, drop down and come back,
link
Scott.
here, so let me see what this shows.
Drop down and come back, Scott. Drop down. If you can hear me, Scott, drop down and come back up, Scott. Scott went to rapping and let's see. He said something. Scott might have said some deep shit though. Can you hear me, Scott? Okay, he's gonna come back. I think Scott is gonna come back, y'all. Scott said some deep ass shit. I wanted to know once the storm, if the storm does hit, how bad will the flooding be? That's what I want. Scott, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Okay. Shout out to Scott.
That was funny, man. You heard me?
Yeah, we heard everything. We heard the song you just did and everything. We heard everything, man.
I couldn't see nothing, man. It was just a frozen screen.
I think what happened was when you tried to show us your pool and stuff, you lost service.
Oh, really? Okay. I feel you, but the router's right here. I'm using, I probably should have just gone straight to cell signal because I'm on the phone, but it is what it is. All right, well, how'd you like that?
You got solar power in your house?
No, the generator's all we got. We're on electric on the grid, and thank God we got gas because, if something happens, usually gas gets you through it with food. You can cook some stuff up on the stove.
What kind of generator you got? You got a Generac or you got a propane?
No, it's right here.
Humbly, I see you. I'm gonna bring you up in 1 second, bro.
It's a Champion 7500 starting watt 6000.
Oh shit, you got a big boy. It's a big boy.
Yeah,
right?
I can plug this into the dryer outlet and run the house.
Really?
Yeah.
How much you pay for that one now?
I didn't. My brother-in-law bought that. So he probably, that's
nice.
probably 700-800.
Damn. I ain't got nothing but a little 2,500. Something that's gonna just keep my damn refrigerator going. Refrigerator and some lights, a couple of lights and shit.
And a fan. We're in Florida, remember that.
Yeah, and a fan.
Put that fan up. Get a fan.
You need that fan, yeah.
Need that fan. Need that fan.
That look like a newer generator right there. What you got? You ain't had that.
Oh,
one
this
too
just
long.
came. No, this came today. Everything what we got's out. We got other ones, but they're older and stuff. This is the brand new one came here.
Oh,
but
shit.
I was telling my nephew. I said, I'm joshing a little bit, but I'm like, the first customer comes along that needs a generator on the house. If we're making money, this business is going to disappear, and we'll be waiting on another one.
You got enough gas for it?
Yeah, we loaded up on gas.
Oh, that's good.
I'll siphon gas out of vehicles for this. Damn sure. Yeah, you need the generator going to run before you need to drive anywhere, for real.
Shout out to Living Humbly, man. Just my ARC just joined us.
No Cap-tivity.
Living Humbly, before you say anything, Jerome sent us he sent a video. I just want to take a look at it real quick. Let's see what Jerome sent us. Here we go.
With 100 what in the world is Noah doing here? I've never seen this type of flight pattern.
So he's saying this is Noah. This flight pattern is Noah. I don't know. It's Noah 49.
Now, obviously, we know that it's there for the hurricane, which in less than 30 hours will become officially a Category 4 with 140 mile per hour wind. And then 12 hours from there, work its way up to 145 mile per hour wind.
Oh, shout out to Jerome. So Jerome, okay, so this plane, Noah 49, is saying, what this video is saying, that the plane actually flew the same route where the hurricane actually formed. It's trying. I think this video is trying to say that plane had something to do with Milton forming. Let me rewind it. So
now before it hits Sarasota, Florida, they're banking on it dropping 25 miles per hour, making it a Category 3 at landfall on Wednesday, about 4 p.m., 3 p.m., 40 mile per hour. What in the world is Noah doing here? I've never seen this type of flight pattern. Now, obviously, we know that it's there for the hurricane, which in less than 30 hours will become officially a Category 4 with 140 mile per hour wind. And then 12 hours from there, work its way up to 145 mile per hour winds. Now, before it hits Sarasota, Florida, they're banking on it dropping 25 miles per hour, making it a Category 3 at landfall on Wednesday, about 4 p.m., 3 p.m. of when it'll be hitting. But what is up with this flight pattern? I literally have no idea what it's doing. And you do have another one that is going to be taking off shortly, heading in that direction as well. Also, check out all the flights that are happening in the North Carolina and Tennessee mountains. Does anyone have a clue what this is? I talked about it in my live. Maybe I'll come back and talk about it again and tell you what it's doing. Take care. God bless.
Wow.
For wind. And then 12 hours from...
Let me get your thoughts on that, Living Humbly. Think there might be a little manipulation going on, bro? What do you think, bro?
Well, I mean, it is weird that all this is happening before the election and all that, you know. I don't want to act like I know for sure what's going on, but we heard about HARP and how they control the weather. Like, it's possible that it can't rain.
Yeah.
So, but Yeah, other than that, I didn't really come up to say too much. I really just came up to say what's up, Breezy. You know what I'm saying? You know, saying prayers for you and your family. Make sure everything good with you. But yeah, probably could go ahead and drop down back in the chat. I was just coming to say what up.
Bro, thank you, man. And you know, I love you. I love you. I know your prayers is gonna be powerful. So I need you to pray for me. Trust me. I know your prayers is not going to be hindered. I know that. You know.
Oh yeah. All right, shalom. I gotta see you.
Shalom. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you.
No Cap-tivity.
Living humbly, ladies and gentlemen. Living humbly. Hey, Scott. You don't mind watching this this video about harp? I want the audience to see what we mean by harp.
No, I'm enjoying it. I'm gonna walk up. If the dog's make any noise, they're gonna bother you. They'll quiet down. But I mean,
I could just if they make any noise, I could just put you on mute right quick.
yeah, just
Or you can
that'll
mute
be
yourself
fine.
too. You know that,
Yeah,
right? You can
if
mute
they
yourself.
they're just gonna be excited to see me for a minute, and then I'll calm them down and be back.
No
All right,
problem. No problem. No problem.
let's see that.
Okay. Let's see. Let's look at harp, y'all. Let's see. Let's watch a couple of videos. Let's see.
Research Program.
Okay.
The High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program, or HAARP for short, was a U.S. government-funded facility in Alaska. Officially, it studied Earth's ionosphere, but many think it has a darker purpose. Some believe that HAARP is a secret weapon for weather manipulation, mind control, or even having the ability to cause earthquakes. And get this, HAARP shut down in 2013, but some say it's still operational, hidden from the public's eye. Are they just waiting for the perfect moment to unleash their power? What do you think? Is HAARP a secret weapon or just a misunderstood research project? Let me know in the comments, and if you're hungry for more, smash that like button and comment below for full details on the topic. Remember, the truth is out there. Like.
Let's watch another one.
The High Frequency.
Don't worry if you can't hear what I'm saying. I couldn't even hear myself. This is the loudest sound.
So this is a cloud machine, y'all. What the hell? It's a cloud machine.
You could possibly conceive. And as it turns out, the cleanest.
That's crazy.
Now, the most amazing thing is that that cloud up there, which was generated by the engine, is just a mixture of hydrogen and oxygen. It's water vapor. And in about an hour's time, someone in Mississippi is going to get wet washing. It will actually rain.
Bruh, this is a man-made cloud. What the hell?
No Cap-tivity.
Look at that. It looks like a real cloud. What the hell? Scott, you on mute, Scott. You muted, Scott. I think you was trying to talk.
That's crazy, man.
That's crazy, ain't it?
That's crazy. But you know, again, look, that just goes back to what I said. If they can, they will. They're going to do it. You know. So now, what can they hide in that? That's the question. I've seen some weird things like that. Videos of like a cloud going across a parking lot that was small. Don't know what it is, but
right.
I don't. And you know, if somebody can generate a cloud, well, man, could you use it as some sort of a cloaking device for something?
That's right.
That's what bothers me about it.
If you can generate a real cloud, you can dictate weather. That cloud is big part of weather.
Well, it also, yeah, I mean, it gives you that's a superpower.
Yeah, exactly. Let's watch a little bit more of this right here.
Sure.
I told you. It's raining.
It's raining.
That's crazy.
They made it rain.
It's making its own weather.
They made it. Let's watch that again. Let's watch that.
No Cap-tivity.
Don't worry if you can't hear what I'm saying. I couldn't even hear myself. This is the loudest sound you could possibly conceive. And, as it turns out, the cleanest.
Good bombs.
Now, the most amazing thing is that that cloud up there, which was generated by the engine, is just a mixture of hydrogen and oxygen. It's water vapor. And in about an hour's time, someone in Mississippi is going to get wet washing. It will actually rain.
That's crazy.
I told you. It's raining. That's unbelievable. Oh. NASA's playing God. It's making its own weather.
Let's look at this.
Hurricanes are experiments.
Oh, hurricanes was real too?
Good morning. This tank gives scientists and the rest of us a view no one has ever had before. What a hurricane's power looks like at water level as it storms ashore. In just 2 minutes.
Hurricanes are experiments.
Hurricanes was real.
I did radio.
Hurricanes are
I did radio.
Hurricanes are
I did radio tomography with 31.
Atmospheric science.
Bam, hold on.
Hurricanes are experiments.
Hurricanes was real.
The high frequency active auroral.
Oh, why does it keep doing that? Come on, man.
Hurricanes are experiments.
Hurricanes was real too?
The high frequency active auroral research program.
Hold on. Okay.
Hurricanes are experiments.
Hurricanes was real too?
Good morning. This tank gives scientists and the rest of us a view no one has ever had before. What a hurricane's power looks like at water level as it storms ashore. In just 2 minutes.
Do y'all see this? They're making a hurricane, right?
No Cap-tivity.
Right there. Look at this shit.
Here can take calm waters and turn them into a monster hurricane.
They can do what now?
The wind is gradually getting stronger and stronger as it's coming up here, and it's ramping up to a Category 5. It's probably about a Category 3 right now.
We use nature as a weapon.
This 75-foot-long tank is the first simulator in the world. A laser could start the rain.
Pay attention.
You can almost use it to set it off. Matt Mills got into lasers as a kid. It's just innately cool.
Now he's part of a team of scientists and military backers on the cutting edge of a new technology. We created a cloud of our own behind Matt's lab. A few months ago, Matt's colleagues in Arizona got this working experimentally. The next step is to get it to work in the sky.
Particles in the air are rubbing together, forming static electricity, and the conditions are now right.
And they just need to be triggered now. Does this concern you that you may be messing with Mother Nature and doing something that you don't completely understand up here in the cloud?
I mean, I suppose that's always a danger, but we're not even near to the case where it could be dangerous yet, so not too much.
It's almost like an on-off switch for
Not yet.
a thunderstorm.
That's the idea behind it.
Hurricanes are experiments.
Hurricanes was real too?
Good morning. This tank gives science.
Let's go to.
What was it like when you cranked it up the first time?
It was
stunning. I mean, it was chill.
Nearly 40,000 gallons of seawater filled
Okay,
this
this
tank.
is a hurricane,
House
mate.
uses a computer program and a single 1,700 horsepower fan to lift wind speeds up to 157 miles per hour.
This tank is the largest wind wave facility in the world. We can generate an extreme Category 5.
House and his team want to understand why some hurricanes make landfall and fizzle out, while others become catastrophes.
It's the heat of the ocean that powers the hurricane. We know that gasoline drives a car, but if you didn't know how much you were pouring into the engine, you wouldn't know how fast it's going to go.
What this is going to help teach you is how the gasoline gets into the engine of the hurricane.
Exactly.
That is so crazy. Let me see. Hold on. Shout out to El Cheapo. Let me see. I think El Cheapo. No, I'm just checking it now. Shout out to El Cheapo. Thank you, El Cheapo. I really appreciate you, El Cheapo.
Check the cash out, bitch. You so damn dumb. Check the cash out.
Shout out to El Cheapo for the $10 cash cow. She said, I'm screaming.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to El Cheapo. Thank you, El Cheapo. I appreciate you. El Cheapo's so crazy. Who you was laughing at? Me? Oh, she said that's cause Scott was rapping. Oh, shout out to Luxury Bucket List in the building. Luxury Bucket List.
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you for being here, Luxury Bucket List. So Scott, I remember talking to you, right? You're a pretty deep guy. You're a pretty deep guy. Like you've done you kind of, I wouldn't say you're a conspiracy theorist, but you look deeper into what might be going on in the world than the average person.
Yeah, it tends to run.
What brought you on that path?
It tends to run people off too, because when you show somebody the truth, it's got a very adverse effect to them. What brought me on that path? Fraudulent foreclosure years ago. I had paid for the house, but the bank had switched servicers and never told me, and kept taking my payments. And then the servicer foreclosed on me, but I didn't know there was a servicer. Oh, wait. It was a switch on the servicer. They switched. The servicer sent, I'm trying to remember what the name, because it's so long ago. It was something, but then it became doing business as, or something like that. The same, I gotta try and remember the name, but at any rate, it's all public record. It's at the courts, the foreclosure and everything, and I fought it. And basically from 2008, when they initiated it, it took them till 2020 before, actually 2021, before they were able to affect it, and that was fraudulent. Everything about it's been fraudulent. But I've been studying the whole time, and it took to do what they did in 2021. To do what they did, it took them waiting till the last minute, when both the judge and the clerk herself were retiring like the next month or two. They both did this and booked. So, I don't know. I mean, statute of limitations had run out a couple times. I wasn't unfamiliar with this. I'd been involved in real estate for quite some time, selling real estate, owner-operator, family business. It was my parents were owner-operators of a real estate franchise, and I was the SOB of the office, son of the broker. So, quite a bit of knowledge, and I knew at some level early on in my career, I'd sold a house to a guy. His name was Joe Cool, and not the Joe Cool that runs around on the internet. It was a different guy. It was a white guy, actually. His name was Joe Be Cool. But he came to closing with cash and was trying to come with the whole amount, and I'm like, this is going to flag the feds. You can't do that. And then he worked out something else. But as I was talking to him, it led me in a direction of the whole system's upside down. And then I had a buddy of mine that I'd known for some time, a rock star who traveled the world-renowned individual. And I started talking to him about it, because he had actually, as I was growing up, I knew him. He had alluded to some stuff that was similar to this, but then I was too young to even kind of grasp it. And then as I talked to him about it after talking to Joe about this, he basically said, yeah, our songs, some of our songs are about this. I'm like, okay, which ones? He goes, go listen to them. You know the songs, you idiot. Because, I actually spent a lot of time with him. So, it was obvious which songs they were once I started paying attention to them. And it's just weird. I mean, you start looking at it for what it is. I mean, I could just point to examples of things real simple to you, off the top of my head. Here, watch this. What is this? Oops, let me go up, down, caught up in the midst of things. What do you call that?
$5 bill, right?
Really? Okay. I would agree that's what everybody calls it, but let's try again, and let's tell me: is there a dollar sign anywhere?
No, I don't see a dollar. No, I don't see a dollar sign.
Does it say bill? Does it say bill on it anywhere? On any of them, a $100 bill? Does it say bill on it anywhere? No.
Not that I know of.
Okay, you call it a $5 bill, right? But now we learned in the public fool system that we title things at the top, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, now what do you call it?
That you title things at the what? At the top?
The top, yeah.
Reserve note.
Yeah, Federal Reserve note. Okay. Do you have a mortgage on your house?
No, I don't have a mortgage.
Do you know what a mortgage is?
That's like a rent to own bill.
It's a promise to pay. A mortgage note is a promise to pay. So this is a note. It can be nothing more than a promise to pay.
Okay.
So if it's a promise to pay, it's an IOU. Now, is it money?
Mean? What does that mean,
Scott? That it's not money. This is no money. It has perceived value. The actual value comes because it actually is acting like a check. It's a bearer bond, if you will. That's why there's signatures on it. But in essence, it's debt. It actually has, all of them have this line on it here that says this note is legal tender for all debts, public and private. This note is legal tender for all of them have it on it. And what that says is this note, says a note, is legal tender, means it's carrying something, because a tender is a ship that brings the valuables from the main ship to shore. It's a little like tugboat that brings the values. That's what they call a tender in maritime. So this note is legal tender for all debts, public and private. So there it tells you two systems, and it tells you this is only good for below zero debt. It's not credit above zero. But in essence, it acts as credit above zero because they have a dual ledger, double bookkeeping entries. So this, you use it as a coupon to actually set off the credit, which is at the store. So it's good for consumption mainly. I mean, that's what these are for consumers. And the real equity behind that is skipping us, as it's called a skip transfer. If you get a check deposit in the bank, they take the actual value and give you debt to play with. So we've never got paid. As Americans, we don't get paid. We get cheated by the banking cartels.
So basically, that promissory note that you just held up, worth that has a perceived worth of $5.
Yeah, but what's $5? Remember that, when the 1912, you had a loaf of bread was worth, you could, for $1 you could get 17 loaves of bread. And then the Federal Reserve Act and the banking crap that basically usurped our land. So now today, with that dollar bill, you can't get 4 or 5 pieces of bread out of a decent loaf. You can't. It's just no longer 7. Now the bread, the 17 loaves of bread, didn't get more expensive. What happened is they changed the rules, and no longer could they have a finite amount of money out. Now they could just print money forever. Doesn't matter. They can print all the money they want.
So hold on. Let's go deeper into that. Hold on. Let me get my homeboy.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Izzy Bands for the $5 super cap. Izzy says, salute my brother Freezy. Salute. All is well with the Floridians, man. Thank you, Izzy.
No Cap-tivity.
Izzy, man. I appreciate you, Izzy. That means a lot. Make sure y'all subscribe to Izzy Band's channel. I appreciate you, Izzy. Thank you, man. And thank you for coming through, bro. We got Next Level in the building. I'm pretty sure Next Level been keeping up with the conversation. How you doing down there, Next Level?
What's up, Freezy? I just want to say, prayers to you. Hope you make it through this, and hope you get fully prepared for it.
Thank you, bro. Thank you, bro. I'm trying to be as prepared as I could possibly be, bro. But thank you. That means a lot, man. You know you're my boy, man. You know you're my brother. I appreciate you next level. Thank you, man. Scott, back to what you were saying, Scott. So basically the elite pulled off a magnificent operation that made hundreds of millions of Americans believe in a promise to pay piece of paper that's really not even worth nothing, and that's not even backed by any type of precious earthly resource.
To say that anybody or any group of people did this to us is kind of overlooking the fact we kind of did it to ourselves.
Why you say we did it to ourselves, Scott?
Because the way it all occurred, the way it all started. You know, gold and silver was what the Constitution calls for as money, as currency, or anything backed by gold and silver. But before that, they were just trading gold and silver. And it's kind of hard to run around with a sack full of gold. And dangerous. You know, people want to steal it from you.
They'll kill you for it.
People started, you know, as they started with, you know, small towns and whatnot, and sheriffs, they started with, you know, little depositories, if you will, where you could put your gold in with someone and they give you a slip, a receipt. And they found that people weren't coming back for their gold after a while. They were actually trading their receipts. They'd be drinking and gambling and bullshitting and, you know, lose their gold, but they didn't actually lose it.
It was easier to carry around
piece of paper
than to tote around some gold or some heavy ass metal.
So the bankers, any good crook would do. They said, well, if they're not coming back, and the next guy's not coming back, they just started figuring out the averages. Who's going to come back? Well, about 10 to 15% ever come back. So now they know they only have to keep 10, 15% of the amount of gold on demand. Everything else they could send out and start building shit for themselves with it. In essence, spending your gold.
So that's how the banking system started. That's just
well, in this country, it started in another country. It started for you know, it started in similar ways for other things, you know, in different parts of the world where, you know, diamonds or, you know, the herbs or salt or something like that might have been what was traded. They might be able to use that as their currency. But yeah, certainly that's what happened here is the gold and silver, which was the equitable interest that people had in the land. They had pulled out of the land and it was value. You know, it could be sold and traded. So once the bank started doing this, then in 1912, they had the Federal Reserve Act, and all that was, you could read a book called The Creature from Jekyll Island. Have you ever heard of that?
No.
There's a book that talks about Rockefellers, J.P. Morgan, Chase, family.
It's called The Creature from what? Say it again.
Creature from Jekyll Island.
You heard of that next level?
Island. Yeah.
Okay. Damn, I'm behind then. Shit.
So basically, what these elite people did, and it's said that J.P. Morgan was supposed to be on the Titanic, and at the last minute he went and got a massage and let everybody else take off and go sink on that boat, and probably had something to do with it.
The Titanic was playing.
Well, they also say the Titanic wasn't even the Titanic. They said they just painted the Titanic name on it. It was actually the older boat, the Atlantic, because they knew they were going to sink it. They didn't want to sink their new ship. So they just painted the Titanic as the Atlantic, kept it going. So if you go and look at the Atlantic, that's the original Titanic.
Cause the elite of the elite was supposed to be on that ship, and then like he said, an hour or so before it's set to take off, J.P. Morgan got off.
And the
3 or 4
that
days
Astor
after,
guy was a Astor
3 or 4
is the one
days
that
after the Titanic sank or whatever. That's when the Federal Reserve was created and all that stuff.
Wait, hold on. Why did they sink the ship? What was so significant? So the elite didn't die.
The elite of the elite. So basically, we gonna take out most of the people that's probably not agreeing with us or competing with
they
us.
were against it. The other money, the power, the money and power that was on that boat would have sank their idea. So they sank
all
them
the
on the
money
boat.
changers, all the other money changers and stuff.
Yep. Astor is the guy. They wanted Astor out, I think was the main guy from what I understand, because he was 100% opposed to any of this bullshit. So, at any rate, so they ended up installing, this was nothing new. I mean, they had been chased away. It was just it was the Bankers Trust that had gotten chased away in like the 1880s, you know, or just a generation before, maybe 1870s. And Lincoln had everything screwed up. You think the Emancipation Proclamation freed everybody? It didn't do nothing but enslave more. It enslaved more people. The whole birth certificate system screwed us all. That's this. The Act of 1871 put us basically into chattel property of the government. I mean, you don't make any money because there is no money. So you're a debtor. And as a debtor, you're a sinner. And as a sinner, you have no rights.
So with you saying you being debtor, are you referring to like you having like a social security number is really like how that ties into like an account? Like your social security number is really like an account.
You're in a system of numbers. Yeah, we're in the end times and this revelations, and you're not known by your name. In fact, when you use your name, that's the trick the devil's playing on you. See, you know what the biggest trick the devil ever played on mankind is?
Hold on, let me give you a bomb on this one.
No captivity.
Go ahead, Scott. Take off.
Biggest trick the devil ever played on mankind is?
What was that?
To make them believe that he didn't exist.
Damn. That's real.
But he's right here in front of us. I mean, think about it. There's more people that believe in this. Look, what I tell you, it's a fugazi. I tell you, but more people believe in this than believe in our Lord and Savior. It ain't even our Lord, it's our Savior. It's Yahweh, the Father, and then the Son, Yahshua. Or you could call him whatever you want. I don't think Jesus is right. Jesus would be more correct because they didn't have a J back then.
A lot of people believe in what you're holding up. They killing for that.
But it's nothing. It's paper. It burns. You know why gold and silver is valuable versus this paper? Because you can't burn it in the fire. It'd take a while. I mean, you can melt it, but
it holds its value even when it's melted down. It's gonna hold its value. That right there is, like you say, it's nothing but a piece of paper. Because at the end of the day, it was just made to capitalize on the people. Because like you say, you used to go around with like the gold or whatever. People used to use barter systems with their resources, whether it's gold or whatever. But it wasn't a way for bankers to capitalize on that. So people really traded in their gold and silver and other resources for paper money like that.
So that's what Scott was saying. We did it to ourselves because we bought into the scam. Hold on, wait. Let me ask y'all something. Let me ask y'all: was it a scam from the start, or was it a good intentions trying to create this system with the paper, the receipts, and turning in your gold.
You know everything starts out as good intentions, and somebody with bad intentions gets a hold of it.
Okay. Next level, it seems like you've been doing a lot of you know your stuff. I didn't even know about that.
Yeah, I've been just sitting back listening. He was touching on like NASA and all that. I was very intrigued.
Yeah. So the Leonardo DiCaprio Titanic was just a bunch of bullshit. That's what y'all saying?
Well, yeah, that story is just made up. That's if you're gonna buy into Rose and Jack, that's all right. But no, there's parts of that are very true. The band played, the captain went down with the ship, so they say. So there are parts of that are true.
Okay.
Most of the boats left the Titanic half empty. It was a clusterfuck. It was a bad night. So a lot more people would have survived if they weren't so discombobulated, but people were panicking. So
a lot of these people that we're talking about, what was the guy you said set up all of the money changers on the boat that sunk?
Well, I'm not saying he set them up, and it's probably all of them that set them up. Read The Creature from Jekyll Island. Everybody that's involved there probably set the rest of them up. It was had to have been some sort of pact on that. But the one that I believe that was supposed to be on the ship was J.P. Morgan.
Yeah, J.P. Morgan Chase over like the whole Chase Enterprises and stuff like that.
Right, he was supposed to be on it, and then he ended up at the last minute went and had a massage or some shit, and didn't board. Just some bullshit. It's like, really, seriously.
And then, like 3 days, like less than a week later, the Federal Reserve was created. Less than a week later.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Which is the same people, the same families that had the public, the Bankers Trust, just 40 years earlier, and was run out of town. I mean, they outlawed the Bankers Trust with the same families. It's just a generation later, the families, there wasn't enough news and, communication for people to understand what was happening to them once again. I mean, here, remember, think about how unconscionable this is. You're paying for a house with a mortgage on it with a note. The mortgage is a note. It's a promise to pay. So you're paying a promise to pay, but you're working all day for a note, which is a promise to pay. And you're using it to pay that promise to pay with. How does this work? A promise to pay is paying a promise. A note is paying. This is unconscionable. And it can't be possibly true unless they're pulling the wool over our eyes.
So are you telling me that even the people that we view as wealthy, they don't really...
Most of them don't know this. Wealth. Most of them... Well, I mean, if you have $1 million in the bank and you don't know who you are, then that means the government owns you and owns your money. You don't have $1 million in the bank. You have debt in the bank. Well, actually, there's two things. So let's look at it for what it is. So I'm going to tell you that when it's in the bank, it's actually money of account, and it's actually credit. So it is in the right place. But if your account's a fractional reserve account, you fucked it off, and now you put it with the Federal Reserve, and now it's fractionalized, and again, it's not yours, so you signed it over, you loaned it to the bank, you're messing up. You made your own mistakes, and it's their money, and it's not worth a shit. So you need a reserve bank account rather than a fractional reserve account, and you need to put it in with a trust, because if you use your name, you don't own your name, do you? Do you?
It's just they got us from all angles.
Yeah, but it's all simple. I mean, I'm finding out. It's taking me a long time to try and simplify it in my mind because I'm a complicated idiot. But remember I said it was in songs?
Yeah. Yeah.
I said my buddy was a rock star, and he said it's in our music, some of this. And I said, "Can you explain it to me?" And he goes, "Fuck no, I don't understand it." I'm like, "What?" Exact words. But the guy who wrote the song, I think, is the one that actually knows it. Who's one of the original members of the band and the main writer. So the words are from a song called "No One's Together," and it's "Lo, the horn of plenty is bursting at the seams, and the harvest of the world will be our prize. We claim to know the secrets, the answers have been found, but how could one fool make another wise? Because nothing's different than it used to be. To live and die, it's still a mystery. We take it all and give nothing back. We just consume it all until we lack. Because no one's together. No one is touching ground. Just look at each other. It's chaos all around. It's the same situation. Nothing is really new. No one's together. And no one. That's me and you.
Man, no Cap Scott in the building.
Man, shout out to No Cap Scott.
No Cap-tivity.
So let's talk politics, y'all. Let's talk politics. We seeing this storm about to arrive. Who do y'all think, after this storm sweeps through the state, who do you think this storm benefits, the effects of this storm, who do you think it benefits the most? As far as our presidential candidates, who do you think it benefits the most? Donald Trump or Kamala Harris? Who's going to look worse after this storm is over with?
I think Donald Trump is being benefited by Kamala Harris opening her mouth.
This one here for the thug.
Do you think that once people experience the catastrophe, the catastrophic effects of this storm, and then once they usher in this little money, these $750, because we know we're gonna be getting $750 checks and stuff like that, right? And then once people actually have all of this monumental damage, Kamala Harris is vice president right now. She's vice president right now. So do you think it's going to be more of a reflection on this current administration's leadership? And do you think it's going to hype people up to actually go Trump's way more? You think this is going to sway votes more for Trump after this storm is over, after this hurricane season?
You want me to take that?
That's kind of how I was looking at it a little bit.
Yeah, but if you want your friend still on, you want him to take that, or are you asking me?
I'm asking both of y'all. At next level, you can go first. Wait, who you want? No Cap Scott to go first?
That's fine.
I mean, I just think when it comes to situations like this, when you have people at a like traumatic time, I mean, it's gonna be able to be like, who's gonna play most on the people? Who's gonna promise the most? Who's gonna do? I mean, who's just gonna? I mean, because that's the tactic that's gonna be used. Who's gonna give the most, or who's gonna promise to give the most, or something like that?
If people's homes get destroyed, even if it's just a little bit, let's just say somebody's screened in patio that's going to probably cost them $2,000 to repair, but all they get is $700. Like, it's going to be a lot of people upset after this storm. A lot of people. We seen what Helene did with the Carolinas and all that kind of stuff. Like, it's just not enough aid. It's not enough help, right? It's people are like, their lives are being changed for the worse. I think after this hurricane season, people, once the sun comes back out and the clouds leave and the sunshine hits us again, and after the smoke clears and we see all this damage and shit, I think people gonna be like, hell no, I'm voting for Trump. Fuck that shit.
Just think about what we're looking at here. Okay, you talk about the money that went to Ukraine, went over to Israel, Gaza, that bullshit, and this is not money that they're spending to rebuild. They're planning on sending them more to rebuild later. Right now, they're sending money that's mass destruction money. They're sending them money for armaments. They're sending money to attack Putin, to create more of a we're not together scenario. Nobody's getting along. Nobody's touching ground. Chaos all around. And when they're doing this, they're doing it with our good names on their shoulders. We're the ones to blame for this. Yeah. We're letting this fuck shit happen. Okay?
Go ahead, Scott. Go ahead, Scott.
Trump doesn't want this. Trump doesn't want this. So if you think about these storms, what they're going to benefit, the only thing they're going to benefit is people are going to donate money from all over this country and all over the world. And the people that are in charge right now, the Federal Emergency Management and shit like that, anybody who donates, those people can't be trusted with the fucking money. They're giving it away to other countries when we clearly need it right here.
Before we go forward, we can talk about it, but I know YouTube has a, and you might not
okay.
You know what? They don't want us to say Ukraine or WAR. They don't want to mention in the same sentences. So we can just refer to that country as the U country. Let's just say the U country.
Right. No, I'll swap that out. No problem.
Yeah. Okay.
But and as far as, just bad blood, they want more bad blood.
But that's a good
and
point
we don't
you
need
just
it.
made. As far as all that money they gave to the U country, billions of dollars, but they got American citizens suffering over here.
And they're just smoking. That money's up in smoke over there.
What do you mean by that? Go ahead, Phyllis. What do you mean?
Crazy.
You next, Les Neville. Go ahead. What does he mean
I
by?
was just gonna say 61.3 billion so far.
Come on.
No Cap-tivity.
Come on, dog. That's terrible. It's people suffering. It's real. It's like people cry. Did you hear the news? Let me play that one more time because I don't think people understand. Hold on, let me play this shit one more time, dog. Let me see. Dude was crying, dog. Hold on, listen. This dude was crying, bruh. Look at this shit.
Hurricane. It has dropped. It has dropped 50 millibars in 10 hours. I apologize. This is just.
Okay, pause that for a second. Rewind it like 10 seconds. Don't play it yet, and I want you to take it in a new context. He's sitting right here with me, but he's about 3 miles closer to the shore, and his daughters are right with him, and his job says he can't leave because he's got a report on this, and they need him outside when the weather gets bad. So he's like crying for real. Now play it.
It's crazy, man.
It has dropped 50 millibars in 10 hours. I apologize. This is just horrific.
He's watching the other screen over there with all the cars leaving and the taillights leaving. He knows he can't leave.
And it is just gaining strength in the Gulf of Mexico, where you can imagine the winds. The seas are.
O sea, no entiendo cómo 50 milibares, ni que yo sepa me haya hecho eso, pero como uno sabe lo que científicamente eso significa, ¿verdad? No solamente una intensificación rápida, una hiperintensificación de un huracán en una manera tan descomunal. Uno piensa en todas las víctimas, quebrantó la voz también.
John, aquí.
Okay.
Pero ay, como me duele.
Big Bad Bull say Freezy. Scott's point is that it's far bigger than Republicans and Democrats. What do you think about that, Scott?
No Cap-tivity.
Yeah, I mean, my opinion is that there's so many people on the take that it's not red versus blue anymore. It's kind of us versus them, and their job is to keep us divided. This is the Roman circus, okay? And are you familiar with the Roman circus?
Yeah.
Give them cake. Let them eat cake. Who cares? You know, throw the gladiators out there. Send a lion after them. Whatever it takes to divert their attention from the fact that we're collapsing.
Right. Coliseum. We're in the Coliseum.
Right. I think that they're just playing that. As far as the red and blue thing, yeah, it's both sides of the same coin. And when you look at it, I mean, I've always said this, and this is pretty simple. So, I mean, I don't mean to, be this trivial about it, but I mean, it's like if you're showing them one hand, I can't, if they're showing us their right hand, then I want to know what the left hand is doing. Meaning, there's never a good chance that we're going to know what's going on because they're separating what's going on from us. And then they're pretending that they're actually against each other, but they're negotiating for the same outcome. They get more, we get less.
So, Scott, are you talking about the elite?
It's not even the elite. I mean, this is, okay, the way I see it at this point is it's like the Wild West, but it's the government. Okay, so we don't really have the law that you think we do. Nobody's following Constitution law. So what are they following? Well, they're following law merchant, or basically maritime law, the law of the sea, which is contract law. I mean, and everything is dictated by what's in the agreement. Well, that happens on a government level too. All these government corporations are businesses for profit at this point. You know, state of Florida has a Dun and Bradstreet number, which means it's not a state anymore. It's a state of, which you confuse with a state, but it's not. It's a company for profit. And the United States is as well. Are you a United States citizen, Freezy?
Yes, sir. I think so. I hope so.
It's a misnomer. I mean, the reality is you can't be a United States citizen.
Okay, tell me why.
Some people. Some people would, because it's a corporation. Okay, so go to 28 USC 3002 15A.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Read it. Just tell me what it says. You don't have to ask me. You can read it for yourself.
Hold on. What? Say it again. What did you tell me to read?
28 USC United States Code 3002 15A.
Okay, let me see. And bring it up. It's a Is this it right here?
28 USC 3002. You got to go to subsection 15A.
Okay.
You didn't type in 15A, did you?
Yeah.
Type in it all on the search.
It says United States means, let me see.
A federal corporation.
Yeah.
Yeah, federal corporation. That's what it's saying.
Okay, if you read further into that, it's going to say that its location is Washington, D.C. It doesn't tell you where in Washington, D.C., but now, if you're a United States citizen, that means you're a citizen of Washington, D.C., and a federal corporation that's located, well, somewhere there.
So
again, it doesn't tell you where it is.
Be a citizen in a federal corporation.
A fiction, yes, a corporate entity. Let's take the word corporation and pull it apart. What do you get?
Corporal.
No. Corpse or oration. Dead speak.
Dead. What say it again?
Corpse.
Yeah.
Oration, like an orator, somebody speaking. A corpse is dead. So corpse, like Corpus Christi, the body of Christ.
Yeah.
Corpse. Oration. Corporation. Corpse oration. Dead speak.
So
we're the walking dead.
So we just walking. God damn. No caps.
We're the walking dead.
Cap-tivity.
No caps. Scott. What you got to say about that, Next Level? Would you have you heard of this before, Next Level?
Yeah, I heard somewhat of it, but he's going deep into it, and I just want to say big shout out to No Cap Scott, man. You know,
Man, shout out to No Cap Scott, man.
No Cap-tivity.
I want to ask y'all a question. You know, it's gonna be leaning back towards more the like weather modification. Have y'all heard of reflect orbital?
Reflect orbital? No, I ain't heard that.
Tell me about it. If you tell me about it, I might strike a memory, but that's not hitting me.
It's a startup company where you can buy sunlight. Where you can actually buy sunlight, like right now, you can order sunlight.
They're gonna sell us air next, man. I ain't down with buying that shit.
You say it's called Reflect Orbital?
Yes.
How do you? I mean, does this make? I'm not being rude. I'm just trying to. It's a real thing.
Yes, like they have like some type of like
a generator
reflector things that they put in the air, and they try to make like a. I mean, they got videos of it and stuff like that.
Okay, so it's a real thing. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure it out. It's so wild.
Let's watch this right quick.
Please.
Reflect orbitals claiming that they can position satellites in the sky and provide sunlight to you anywhere on Earth at any time.
Lighting service where you can like play with the spot.
Oh, awesome.
Here, watch this. Bring it over to us here. It's not crazy.
No way.
See?
However, it's not possible yet. And in case, fortunately, X has the reader's added context stuff, which sometimes can be pretty savage. But in this one, it says important context. In case it isn't obvious, this is a simulated video. No such satellites have been launched yet, and the practical efficacy of an on-demand light source from orbital mirrors remains unproven. So if you see any videos about this, be a little skeptical of it at first. They still haven't finished developing it. I'm sure somebody will find a way to sell you sunlight, though, because where there's a way to make profit, somebody's going to try to capitalize on it. So a couple.
Hey, you know that all you got to do is magnify that, and you can burn the fucking towns down.
Exactly. And what I was gonna say is, if they showing things like this and that cloud machine that you showed earlier to the public, imagining things that's not shown to the public.
Right? Don't scare me, man. I got to sleep still tonight. Oh my! You could only imagine. I mean, but hey. I'm not going to go there, but
about this, did you guys hear about? I know you guys heard about the flooding in North Carolina and Asheville. Did you know that there were large deposits of lithium and some of the largest deposits of quartz in that area?
Not in that area, in the world.
Okay, thank you.
In the world, that mountain is full of fucking lithium and quartz, and I think it is the largest quartz deposit on Earth.
Yes.
Potentially, I could be wrong on that, but I think I heard something like that.
And then to go deeper, like they said, that area never receives no flooding and stuff like that. So mostly all those homes, business, and everything in that area had no flood insurance.
You got to be rich to stay over there?
No, I mean it don't just flood. So I mean every state don't do the flood insurance because it don't really flood.
Oh yeah, I feel you.
So basically, I mean, you basically just like wiped out of town almost. that's full of resources. They got a land full of rich resources.
But if you look at this, the way the map sits for here to Asheville and North Carolina, this destruction was mostly red. So that's another point. It was quite red, if you will. So if you're talking about red and blue, which I don't necessarily believe in, I think it's both sides of the same coin. But if you look at the people, see, I don't even think this is what I was starting to say earlier, Freezy.
Yes, sir.
I think that contract thing ends from line to line, county to county, state to state, where if this sheriff doesn't get along with that sheriff, they got to work it out because there's contracts in place, and it might work out where they can chase somebody into their territory, but if they don't get along, they're going to say, no, you can't, and I'm not going to let you, So it's all a negotiation factor, and then when you start saying the elite, it's whoever's in these little file drawers of what is the bigger giant government body. Whoever's at the top of that little factor of it, they're screwing it up. They can take the money. They can, pull the strings, and it's them then that is the they. So it's a matter of just ubiquitous corruption, and that's kind of how I see it. And they're just all taking their lead from what they've seen from other people in public office, all the way up the ladder, all the way to Joe Biden, who we know went over to Useville and then sat there and told the one guy, if I don't get $1 billion in a couple hours, then you ain't getting nothing. Or if you don't fire him, then you ain't getting your $1 billion or whatever.
What do y'all think about the powers that be? The powers that be, right? And we talking about the elite and all these guys. Do y'all think a large makeup of these people are small hats? And you know what I mean when I say small hats, right?
Give me that. Tell me what you mean.
Small hats, JEWISH.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's you, yeah.
Because they control like most of the media.
But that's the operative word. They don't own anything.
They don't own. Oh, hold on, shit. Hold on, Scott. God damn, no cap, Scott.
No Cap-tivity.
No, hold on, Scott.
He touching on points, right?
What you say in this level?
I was gonna say he touching on points because what I kind of seen, like, long as you like paying taxes on it, you really don't even own it.
Well, if you own something, could somebody else take your money out of it?
Even your house, you can. I mean, they say the only way to really truly own your house, if, like, say you had, like, like you like turn into like almost a cemetery, like you buried, like you got some family buried on your property.
That's not true. What you need to do, instead of asking for, go ahead. What?
No, go ahead, Scott. Go ahead. My
bad. It's a game. I mean, I don't want to. Man, we start getting into this. There's a whole night of talking that we can go into. Okay, but just think of this: when you buy a house and you look at the contract, there's going to be real estate, real property, and land, all in the same thing. So why is there all these titles of shit? And what are you actually buying? In the end, you can't buy the land because the father owns the land. And according to Unum Sanctum, which is signed in 1302 by Pope Boniface and a king that arguably people are still following, because we don't hold rights to land. What we hold is like land tenancies, if you will. If you got more than a title, if you got a loyal title to the land, then you'd have it. But you're getting just a simple title. And when people are given their piece of paper that actually transfers the real property and the land to them,
No, I'm listening.
You get a warranty deed and nobody ever records it. They just put it in their file and hold on to it. And that is, here, Freezy, every property everywhere in this country, whether it's a $5 million house or a $50 million piece of, commercial property or a $1,500 freaking, lot, out in the middle of nowhere, they all transfer for a $10 bill. And not actually a $10 bill, a $10 documentary stamp, because they have to transfer in positive equity. So they can't transfer with a Federal Reserve negative note. So they all transfer with a stamp, because stamps are backed by gold. The post office stamps are backed by gold. So because the warranty deed is what transfers the property, but then they give you title and they tell you have to register your title, nobody ever records their warranty deed, which leaves that open-ended and unendorsed, if you will. It's kind of a weird system, but it gets way deeper than that. Your real estate, real property, and land, when you're buying something, think of this. Real estate is the estate that's kind of everything, but it's a state of mind. And real property is kind of what you can put in your pockets or put in a car and bring with you. Everything from the refrigerator, and then the real property could be the house even. But the land that they don't say you're buying in the contract at all, that's what everything's sitting on. So they're just basically giving you a tenancy, but not giving you the land. And therefore, when you look at it, you're never actually getting in your documents the property and the property description in the right way. You're actually getting what's called an APN, an automated parcel number, down at the clerk's office. And if you figure out your APN and you can pay your state treasurer before the bank does, then it's before the county does or something, that switches it up on you. It's something I'm looking into right now, is stopping them from keeping you out of a loyal title. But if you can, at the point of purchase, tell them that you don't want to take title in the normal way through the title company, that you want a loyal title and you want to keep your equitable interest in this, and you don't want any encumbrances or anybody else having an interest in your property. You want full rights and ownership of it, then they're going to look at you a little bit different. There's actually some more verbiage to it. If I wasn't on this, I'd look at my phone at something that I actually wrote down on it. I'm afraid this would kick us, but if I talk to you again, I'll take some notes and maybe share that with you.
Yeah.
But
well, listen, this is I'm getting ready to wrap this up, because I don't want to keep y'all too long.
It's late, yeah.
I got to do some other stuff, but you don't think that? And a shout out to Jerome. Jerome said, "Yep, even if you pay off your debt on the house, it still isn't yours, because if you don't pay your property taxes, it's theirs." That's pretty much going into what Scott in Next Level was saying too.
I'll blow your mind about taxes real quick if you want. This is just a quick one. Title 26 is the IRC, Internal Revenue Code. It's the entire IRC, which is the IRS's code. Title 26 does not have a definition for the word income. Okay, so it doesn't define what income is. And then Title 26 also has an enactment clause. It says that for Title 26 to be proper, the internal revenue to exist at all, that it needs to be enacted by Congress. That never happened. And then you'll also find out through Title 26 that the IRS is located in Puerto Rico.
Okay, wait.
They have offices in Washington D.C., but they're headquartered in Puerto Rico.
Okay, what does that mean? And what you said never happened? Back up, so the audience. You said what never happened?
Enactment clause. There was an enactment clause in Title 26. It says it has to be enacted, which means it's an act of Congress. It has to be enacted, so it has to be a Internal Revenue Act put forward. Instead,
there's
it's
no
just
Internal Revenue Act. That's what you're saying,
right?
Okay, and then they got you're saying that the main headquarters is in Puerto Rico. What does that mean? Why is that significant, Scott?
Because they're stealing. So, I don't believe they can do it the way they're doing it from the land here. They're offshoring things. Okay. This is, I believe, and this isn't, factual, but I believe it has to do with trust, because that has ended up as a trust, and it's an offshore trust, because the government is a fiction, if you will. The government is how about this? If I put it to you the way I understand it, the government was basically like a homeowners association. Back in the day, we were trading with the colonies, or we were the colonies. We were trading with the king, and the problem that you had trading with the king was basically that when you started shipping stuff to the old world, pirates would steal your stuff. Well, we didn't have the protections that the king had, or really the shipping that he had. So our trade-off was that we would let him control commerce. That's the King of England at the time. Mm-hmm. So that's where this all kind of went awry, is commerce has stayed as part of Article 10 of the Constitution. Okay? And this company that we have is tied to the crown to this day. Okay? The Crown Corporation, if you will. So my understanding is that now they brought this, they're trying to create a one world government, it seems, but let me not go into that, because that'll just distract things. It seems as though the Article 10 gave them the powers of the money, if you will, and protecting the money, and they've used that, at some point or another, to usurp all the powers. What was the thing? It was at some point in the 40s or something like that, 41 or 44 or 45. And I have this somewhere too, pretty easy to find it. All of our public offices were given to the United Nations, ceded to the United Nations. So basically, it's already kind of a one world government. And if you look at things, it's weird, because the one world government is kind of run out of here. You know what I mean?
Right.
Meaning, if you understand how China's a corporation, England's a corporation, all the countries are corporations with all caps letters, they're all registered in, I believe it's St. Louis, but here in the Midwest, Chicago or St. Louis, they're all corporate entities registered, and they're all. So the way the way that trade works is very strange, and because there's no money, it's just a bunch of.
I was gonna say that's linked to your social too. I mean, and they got. I want to say this. Is it like 13 of them that you talking about? Like those cities, the Chicago, St. Louis. I want to say Dallas.
Yeah, the Federal Reserves. It's where the different Federal Reserves are.
Yeah.
I think there's 12. There's 12 or 13.
Yeah.
But and that shows up on your birth certificate, or not the birth certificate, your Social Security card. If you look at the Social Security card, you look at the number on the back in red. That first number isn't a number; it's a letter. and that letter corresponds to the letter in the alphabet that it would correspond to. If it was 1, it'd be A. If it's 10, then it'd be whatever that is. So if it's 10, you got to use that, reduce that to that letter. But then, or if it's that letter, then it's 10. You put it. It's that bank. You look at it. You can look online and see which ones are numbered that. But once you have that number, you create a 9-digit instead of you put that bank in the front and use your routing number, and that number on the back is the creditor's number. You're running around with a Social Security number, which is the debtor's number.
Exactly.
Actually, the Social Security Act has 3 different numbers. It's a Social Security number when you put the dashes at the 3 numbers, then dash, then 3 number, then 2 numbers, then 4 numbers, or however they do it. But it's a 9-digit number, which is an account number. Then the Social Security number with the first 2 numbers, then a dash, and the rest becomes, instead of a SSN or an SIN, which is a social insurance number, it becomes an EIN, which is an employee identification number. And then with no dashes, it becomes the creditor number. So, and the way that they use it with, like, everything is backwards. Like, Freezy, your first name and middle name is your name. Go look at your birth certificate. You're going to find out that your last name is separate from those 2, because that's what's called your given name, and the last name is called the surname.
Right.
You were never given the surname. You were given the given name,
right,
which is your first and middle name. So if you walk in and tell the judge that you're your first, middle, and last, what have you done now?
I don't know. Tell me, because I'm trying to.
Committed fraud. You committed fraud. That's not you.
Okay.
It's not. And you actually sign on your license that under pains and penalties of perjury that you're not lying when you say that's your name. And you are lying. You just don't know any better because you didn't realize that. And I did it too. I mean, what the hell are you supposed to do? I have to do this work in the storm. So, I mean, got to have that license because that is commercial instrument. You need it for that, or they just throw you out of your car on the ground and start going, bad boys, what you gonna do? Listen, man,
Listen, my last question is this. So y'all don't think the small hats, we know what the small hats are by now, they don't control the majority amount of wealth in the world?
They can, okay, what I said is they don't own it. They control it. They control it. What's happening here is,
so who
remember
owns
what
it, Scott? Who owns it, Scott?
they give it back to the government. They give it, well, they don't give it to, okay, it's not even give it back to the government. They're keeping it out of it. It's what they're doing is they're putting it in trust. Trust is the longest standing agreement there is. In fact, the first trust document is the Bible. God entrusted us with the earth. It's ours. Now, this bullshit system is the usurpation of the Bible and God's creation by the devil, no less. Okay? Devils in all the deeds, the dirty deeds especially. So the government is an arm of Satan, if you will, trying to take away your rights by exchanging them for benefits and privileges. You get a driver's license, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't drive. I can promise you don't drive because you're here making money. Do you go out and Uber for people?
No.
A
Do you make
driver's
money?
license off of people who you are traveling. Really, you are traveling.
A driver's license is a commercial instrument. It means that you're out there engaging in commerce when you're behind the wheel of that automobile. And in fact, a automobile is called a motor vehicle when engaged in commerce, and it's generally 10,000 pounds and above if it's called a motor vehicle. But they're going to trick you into saying you're a driver even though you're not engaged in commerce. And then you go, okay, I'm a driver, which is another water term or maritime term, D river. You're on D river. You don't realize it, but we are all on D river when we're the driver. Why? Because it is D water. Do you realize that as a driver you're on the waterway? Because the King of England, through the 10th Amendment, has commerce, and it was all for ships. So to bring it ashore, they had to make all the roads waterways. How did they do it? Made them shipping lanes. How do I know they're shipping lanes? Where are you at? Your shipping address. They're going to ask you for your shipping address no matter where you are on a road.
So that's where they derived all that terminology from. So
that's how they've done. That's how they work it. It's because of that. That's how it works. It's literally.
But what I was going to say, no, I believe you. But you said, okay, the small hats control it. They don't own it. They have to. They
put everything in trust. You own nothing, but you control it by putting in trust, and then you can leave it for the next generation.
You saying that the government basically, but who?
No, it's not. I'm wrong to say it's the government, because what you do, there's different ways to set up trust. Just think of trust like a triangle, but the government don't have nothing to do with it. Okay, because you have a beneficiary.
But hold on, that trust could be linked back to the federal banking system, which is a privately owned entity, right?
Well, when you do a trust like this, the way they're going to do it is they're going to do 3 trusts. Okay, they'll have a private trust, then they'll have a public trust, then they'll have a pass-through trust. Okay, so that they can gauge, because public and private don't miss. So you want your private trust and your public trust separate. And the pass-through trust, it can do business and engage with commerce, but keep you private and limit your liability. Actually, you have no liability this way. Because you own nothing. It's not yours. And they can't take it away either, because they don't have anybody that they can engage with to deal with it. They have no rules for this. They can't fuck with it.
I always wanted to set up a trust, man, but I just needed more info on how to do it.
I'm working on that right now, and I can share some information on somebody that I know is pretty good on it, but I'm actually going further than what she just mentioned something today. I think it was actually yesterday about more, but I had brought it up to her before, so maybe she's looking into it. She's a better studier than I am, but offshoring things, if you have property, is a better idea. And the reason why is because if it's not offshore, if you have it here, if you have it set up, even if it's one of the more liberal state or conservative states, well, let's call it liberal, I guess, on this scenario, like Montana or Delaware or stuff like that, where they're just more friendly for trusts, and but you're still into the government. I mean, if you're not careful, your trust could still be opened up and penetrated by the government. And you want something that's impenetrable, people start using offshore trusts.
So Scott, this is the last question. Who runs the federal banking system?
Well, the federal banking system is pretty much the families, the Rockefellers, Rothschilds. It's still the same people that it's always been. And then, they're henchmen. They have, a lot of countries, if you will, that rely on them. So their henchmen are the armies of the world, if you will.
And the Rothschilds is a small hat family, aren't they?
Most of them are. But again, I mean, this is all changing. We're going to get, what we should do, I'll come back another time, but what's changed the game a lot that I think is it's a fugazi itself, is like Bitcoin, because, we're seeing something right now that's unique to this day and time, where for all intents and purposes, what this massive amount of spending, what, your crime family that's running this country is done by printing all this money, that would have sank this battleship. But you know why it didn't?
Why?
My opinion, Bitcoin, the tradables that are outside of their control. the things that they can't fuck with too much. That's why you got Fink and people like that who are trying to buy as much so they can use their leverage to manipulate it, because otherwise they don't have the ability.
So you're not against cryptocurrency. You're not against it. You don't.
I think it's a fugazi. I think you got a pyramid scheme going on, but at this point, it's acting as the dollar is, and it's competing with the dollar. But it's no more, no less than the dollar. There's nothing behind
dollar,
it. There's nothing.
Hey Scott, the dollar is no more solid than cryptocurrency. It's not like the dollar is more.
That's
legitimate.
what I'm saying. Well, that's why I'm saying the dollar being inflated, the inflation printed a bunch of dollars didn't fuck the whole system, because crypto kind of stayed here and didn't fuck off.
Right.
They didn't print a bunch of crypto.
Right.
So for the first time in history, the government lost their damn power.
Yeah.
To manipulate it by that move.
Yeah, that's what's up.
So that it's crazy, but I mean, this is a Shitoku, what is it? Shitoshi Nakamura or whatever his name is. Thank God for him, man. Blockchain, the guy who created blockchain.
Yeah.
Satoshi Nakamura or something like that. I can't remember exactly his name.
I think he has something to do with Bitcoin too. But listen, Scott, thank you. Listen, y'all.
God bless and be safe, brother. I hope nothing happens to you.
Man, thank you, bro.
Maybe I'll talk before that.
You too, Scott. Man. Prayers up for you and your family, bro.
Peace. It was nice talking to you, man. I enjoyed myself. Absolutely.
Most definitely. Don't be a stranger, Scott. Don't be a stranger.
All right, man. You have a good night and be safe. Thanks.
You too.
Bye.
You too, bro. Listen. Certified storm chaser Scott to be in the building.
No Cap-tivity.
We had the privilege of having a certified hurricane chaser on this platform. It was an excellent conversation, and we went in depth into a lot of just eye-opening information. Shout out to Scott. Also, shout out to Next Level. Deep brother, Next Level. Yes. This was a great conversation. And I echo Fanny. Fanny said, I'm glad we got something different tonight. Oh, yeah. This was a great conversation, man. Thank you to everybody that contributed to tonight's live stream. Thank you to everybody that, sent in a cash cap or a super cap. Thank you, man, for the cash apps and the super chats. Thank you. As y'all know, this is a rough time. Hurricane Milton is on their way. If you guys don't mind, I'm going to go ahead and do the benediction right about now. Let's see. Let's do the benediction. Okay, let's do this. Here we go. Here's the first benediction. I think we'll do a couple of them tonight. This come to us from Psalms 46:1. Psalms 46:1, where it says, God is our refuge and strength. God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble.
No captivity.
God is our refuge and strength. In times like these, the only place and the best place to run to is the Most High God. Okay? And he will serve as your strength. The words of the Bible, he will serve as your strength, a very present help in trouble. And that's exactly what's going on right now. Troubling times. And I'm going to share this one with y'all too before we get up out of here. Here we go. This one says, it says, the Lord is a stronghold for the oppressed, a stronghold in times of trouble, and those who know your name put their trust in you. For you, O Lord, have not forsaken those who seek you. Yes. We continue to seek the Lord. The Lord will never leave us nor forsake us. Shout out to everybody that left super chats. Shout out to everybody that left super caps. Shout out to Prime for the $2 super cap. Shout out to Izzy Benz for his $5 super cap. Thank you, Izzy. And shout out to Living Humbly for his $10 super cap. Thank you. I appreciate you, bro. Also, shout out to all of the cash caps that we got tonight. Shout out to Frizzle Frost for the $5 cash cap. Shout out to our sister El Cheapo for her $10 cash cap. Thank you, El Cheapo. And last but not least, shout out to the sponsor of tonight's show, Blaze McCroy, for the $40 cash cap. Thank you, Blaze, man, for always being a brother, man, a brother and a strong support for me and the whole No Cap crew and this whole entire platform. Thank you, Blaze. I appreciate you, bro. And thank you to everybody that contributed tonight, man. God's gonna bless y'all. I pray that God bless y'all in all y'all endeavors. Thank you. Thank you, man. What is it? Crown City Royal say great broadcast, great guests. Definitely have Scott back on. Be safe. Thank you, Crown City Royal. I appreciate you being here.
No captivity.
Thank you, Crown City Royal. And shout out to Big Bad Bull for once again and always posting the Discord link. Make sure you guys join the Discord. He says, join No Captivity with Freezy. Discord is free. We have various chat and voice channels for movie nights, music listening sessions, games, and more.
No captivity.
Shout out to Big Bad Bull. Thank you, Big Bad Bull. And thank you, sis. Thank you, sis. But I'm going to be seeing you, sis. I'm going to be seeing you. So, you know, I'm going to see you real soon. Love you, sis. All right. What else I was going to say? Oh, and listen, this is what we encourage everybody all the time. Share these live streams. Share them. Let's build this community, this No Cap community. Let's build the No Cap community. Okay? Shout out to No Cap Scott that came through tonight. Shout out to No Cap Scott. And listen, it's going to get to the point where y'all going to start changing your names and putting no cap in the front of your name. No cap, such and such. Thank you for sharing this live stream. Thank you for sharing the platform, if you so please to any one of your social media platforms that you see right here on the right. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for caring about this platform enough to grow it, right?
No Cap-tivity.
Right. And we need all the help we can get. We need all the help we can get. Okay, I got you. Let me see. Big Bad Bull said, Freezy, check your Cash App again, bro. What the hell you doing? That what he said. Oh, snap. Oh, snap.
Check the Cash App, bitch. You so damn dumb. Check the Cash App.
Big Bad Bull. Let me do this right now, Big Bad Bull. I'm going to try to go live tomorrow. I'm definitely going to recognize you tomorrow, Big Bad Bull, too. Let me see. Let me put you on, just so you can be on the sponsorship board right now, Big Bad Bull. Thank you, Big Bad Bull, for the $40 cash cap. He said, praying for you, bro. Big Bad Bull, thank you, bro. You know I love you, dog. Thank you, Big Bad Bull, man. I'm gonna tell y'all, this money gonna go on more supplies, food, because we're gonna be without power, so we need to eat. We're gonna need to eat. We're gonna this and may God bless y'all, everybody that contributed. Thank you. May God multiply these blessings for y'all. I send those prayers out too. Thank you, Big Bad Bull, for the $40 cash cap and being a co-sponsor of tonight's show, right along with Blaze, man. Thank you. I love you, brothers, man. I love y'all, man. Thank y'all, man. Real talk, man. Jessica say, oh, shout out to Big Bad Bull.
No Cap-tivity.
I gotta get it. Bomb for Big Bad Bull. Jessica say, yes, sir. I'll be over there. And Jet, you know your people's over here too. I ain't finna say online, but you know your people's here too. You're safe and secure, huh? Yeah, I'm one of the best brothers you got. You ain't got but one other brother, but I'm your brother too, okay? Say what Big Bad Bull said. Big Bad Bull said, Freezy, I already got no cap at the end of my name by becoming a certified no cap member. You dig?
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to my dog. Oh, I get too loud. Shout out to my dog, Big Bad Bull. Shout out. I appreciate you, Big Bad Bull. They don't want to get too loud. We got people in the house. Jessica said, yeah, heard. Y'all be good now. There we go. Big Bad Bull. Go green, become a loyal member of the No Cap crew. Thank you, Big Bad Bull. Thank you, Big Bad Bull. I appreciate you. There's the links right there, man. I'm gonna just be honest with y'all, man. As far as solid and growing a solid foundation and the caliber of people we got over here, the good people, right? Good people. Solid. Respectful. We're growing in a special way. Now, I'm going to try to go live tomorrow. But if I do go live, it's going to have to be closer in the daytime. It's going to be like a daytime live. So if I go live, don't be surprised if it's more of a daytime live. But after tomorrow, y'all probably won't be seeing me for a while. Right? Because I'm pretty sure the storm is going to knock out our towers, cell phone towers, internet towers, all that kind of stuff, right? But I love y'all, man, and continue to keep us in our prayers. And I will do the same thing for y'all. And y'all know what I always say. To free yourself, you must heal yourself. And until the next time, We out of here.
No captivity. Freezy.